I mean, yeah, we've started. Yeah, that doesn't mean everybody's gonna get quiet. It's not like I'm doing a particular.
No, no.
All right, let's get it going. Uh, you were about to say something, and I cut you completely off. I'm like, nope, we're starting now.
No.
You hush. Yeah. Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Lord Pod Gaming, and for another session of Adventures in Loxos. I'm Lord Pog, and these are them old school gamers. And let's do the introductions, shall we? Quite. Yes, quite. Starting from the top, we have AGTX, the Dragons. And he will be playing the human U Quill, the dragon, or not dragon. Well, yeah, but he's a slayer / dragon shaman. Shaman! Woo! I almost said he was a dragon slayer. I almost combined both of your classes into just one word, dragon slayer. Then we have Icy Hot _2305, and he will be playing the half drow Zoltan Heisenberg, the Deep Druid. Now that's not your mama's druid. Well, maybe in some cases it is, but he doesn't get his powers from like forests and fields and flowers and grass and sunshine and rainbows. No, and sunny beams from heaven. No, he gets it from the deep places, the caves, the mountains, the underworld, as it were. You know, the cockles. He gets it from the cockles. And that's what a deep druid is. Just a druid who draws from a different kind of nature. Then we have Kassid 69.
Nice.
And she will be playing. I didn't even ask this time. I stopped. I hesitated just to see if she would react before I even had a chance to say hello, Kassid. I just wanted to see how like on it.
You got.
And Kassid will be playing the Mycetid, which is a mushroom folk. Think lizard folk, only mushroom. They are fungi, and about the size of a halfling, so short. And yeah, a Mycetid Pion Mender, which a Pion Mender is like a healer / buff machine. Just all around utility character. And
Better than a midget.
Whoa.
Whoa, we can't use that. As
Whoa.
somebody who has had the name midget all their life.
oh my
Whoa.
gosh,
Jesus.
oh man, Kassid.
Wow.
You can't say that, because if you do, they'll be outside the building with picket signs. You promise? It's as bad as saying the N-word. No, because we're still saying the midget word, and we won't even say what the N-word is. Oh my goodness. Well, good job, Kassid.
We done
Good
fucked up this time.
No, it's all I can say is it's a good thing. It's a good thing she's a girl, because she'll get a pass completely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's Kassid, and if she's any indication, just take everything that just happened and apply that to a Garrigus, and yeah, that's a Garrigus. Agaricus, an interesting little deal about Agaricus is they are a homebrewed thing, a mycetid that I came up with called an androgyny, which means that they are neither male nor female. They are completely like a plant or a fungus actually is. They are completely asexual. Not all mycetid are asexual, but Agaricus's subrace is, and that is an androgyny. Then we have, moving along from that, then we have Tempest Inferno, who will be playing the halfling Otis Hirokin, who is a cleric / favorite soul / champion of Obod High. And the thing you got to understand about Otis is, well, everything you just saw happen with Agaricus, take that and apply it to Otis as well. And then, yeah.
I got drunk.
Yeah. Otis was drunk last session. Otis is, he's actually one of the OGs of the campaign that before we started recording had to bow out of the session entirely. And he has returned to us for season 2. So yay. We got one of the original players back, so that's really neat. And finally, we have Android, who will be playing Android Frison, Lord Android Frison, the half wood elf, half human bard / paladin / saint of Corlon Lorethian. And
The one, the only.
yeah.
F's in the chat.
He calls him, he's a lord. He's got a manor and everything, and he is the self-proclaimed main character. Unless fighting needs to happen. Unless fighting needs to happen. Then Quill becomes the main character. And that is like, what is that? What is that? Why was that? Was that a sneeze or?
No, that was me getting my ass handed to me before Quill saves me.
Oh.
That's a fact.
Oh.
Facts.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so there's that. That's what that sounds like.
You're welcome.
Be waiting for that sound to happen. It always happens too, just before I introduce myself. Something. And I am your humble DM, Lord Pog. And I hope you Golden Wonders out there who have been joining us enjoy it. Enjoy another session. And let's roll the intro, shall we? Doodle 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 doodle.
Strange world. Party time. Oh.
Doodle doodle doodle.
Hold up, I got something better. Oh wait, I gotta turn it down. They're loud.
Why don't you shut up for the moment of silence I need for the intro? How about you do that?
I don't know that. I don't think that's an option.
Apparently not. All right. F it. Let's go on. Let's move on. Fine, good. Everybody enjoy the intro? Good, great. Let's move on.
Good, wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm so happy for all of you. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to pause for just a split second here, guys. 10 seconds. I did, maybe I didn't. All right, we're back. All right. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Got the I messed up. I am not on it today. But with that said, let's do the thing. The recap. That's what I'm trying to think of. So, man, I am having a hard time tonight, apparently. So as a brief recap, Quill, you and Zoltan spoke with Kara Shin. And correct me if I'm wrong, but when I was listening to the last session, it sounds like you kind of developed like a certain level of respect for him. Not like, oh, you admire him or anything. You just kind of understand where he's coming from and you can kind of get it in a sense. Like,
yeah, like I wouldn't say he's like, oh, that was noble or nothing of that.
No, yeah, he's
like,
but
he's like, all right, G, like, it wasn't exactly probably the smartest play, but do you?
yeah, you just kind of, you can understand where he's coming from and the way he's regarding things as they pertain to him now. And he gave you another lead to speak with a shogun who is the shogun, excuse me, he is the shogun of the Sao Zhu shogunate, or the Huangji-gu. Yeah, the Huangji-gu shogunate, Sao Zhu. And his name is Tenkai Sao Zhu. And he said that you should speak with him and just tell him everything you've learned, and it couldn't hurt to let him know that you are the supposed chosen one of the Dragoon, and just pretty much tell him everything that has, if you so choose, you can tell him everything that's come to pass and why Kara Shin is no longer the shogun. But then you guys were also approached by the crone, who took you, she was there for Zoltan, to take Zoltan to meet his cousin, Dai Mei, who proceeded to tell Zoltan, like, all about his family history. Zoltan learned that his family still exists within the Drow society, but they're kind of like shunned. They're sort of like outsiders, as it were. But they still have a house there. They're still considered a house, and members of their house still hold important positions within Drow society. So, Dai Mei, her full name being Dai Mei Kurai, she suggested to Zoltan that he find a way to kill Lolth. Because if they can assassinate Lolth, then there'll be nothing holding their family back. Plus, y'all learned about Zoltan's hourglass. And you also learned the identity of Zoltan's father, Silas, who changed his name to Chanticleer, who Chanticleer is kind of a famous folk hero of a sorts, that she thought was...
Is he a rooster?
Huh?
Is he a rooster?
You shut your mouth. Anyways. Me too. You shut your mouth. But yeah. that he's sort of a folk hero that you guys thought was just a myth, but turns out he could very well be real. He's like this famous folk hero, like a rogue who's known for being able to steal like a gem out of a dragon's butthole without it noticing, type of thing, you know? And he very well could be a real person and very well could be Zoltan's father. And you guys learned that about the hourglass, that well, you didn't really learn much about the hourglass. You just know that Loth wants it and that it's priceless, because Uquil almost yanked it right out of Zoltan's chest and kept it for himself. When it comes to Otis and Android, they flew to the farm known as the Pagoda to meet with oh my goodness, Kurai, Yokai Izu, yeah, Yokai Izu, the governor of the Dragoon Shogunate, the Dragoon below Shogunate, Long Z Judo. And from him they learned other things as well. They learned, because this was another person that Kara Shin, when Otis spoke with him, told Otis to find this guy and talk to him if they want to know more. So through him they found out that Kara Shin was kind of double dealing. He was bootlegging fire wine, and for whatever reason, who knows what he was doing with the money, but he was bootlegging the fire wine, but he was also keeping the mash from the distillery, which mash is just a byproduct of when you moonshine anything, right? When the heavier the liquor, the more the mash, and they sometimes you call it a coke. It's just like a film that builds on top of the liquor and whatnot, and it's tangible. Like, you don't pick it up and it doesn't just fall apart in your hands. It's like picking up almost like seaweed, you know, up out of the water. You know, that one seaweed that's been floating on stagnant water or grass or algae, you know, and you pick it up and it's real slimy and it's gross. That's kind of what happens with mash. And yeah, he's been keeping that too and bootlegging that because it is a component in Wujin magic, which is outlawed. And they learned that he was doing that, but for whatever reason he was doing that, they don't know. Then Otis got drunk. Did a lot. But then he collapsed, and Android learned, and Otis, I guess, to an extent, learned that because Otis's body has been in the Nine Hells, but his soul was kept by Obad High on Mount Celestia. The soul is kind of purified while the body has become corrupt, and putting them back together, they're kind of rejecting one another, and that's causing Otis sometimes to spasm and convulse, and it's painful and it hurts because he feels like he's being ripped apart, because in a way he is. His body's trying to schism, his soul's trying to schism from his body. And Android, after a correction from Solar, decided to help Otis, and yeah, that's where we pretty much left them, with Android cradling Otis, basically. I don't know how else to put that, but I mean, it's a comforting thing. He's comforting Otis. Then we get to Agaragis. And Agaragis has been hanging out. I don't want to say hiding out, but they've been hanging out in their pocket dimension. They have a...
Oh yeah, he's not hiding.
Yeah, he's got a special key a little mushroom key that opens up a door into a pocket dimension that's basically just Lamont's tiny hut or tiny cabin. A single room cabin with a bed, a chest of components, and a couple of windows, and some shelves, and a fully stocked chemistry set. And Agaragis made a potion of paralysis and a potion of sleep. And then Agaragis witnessed something unforeseen for the group. They saw a Woojin that they thought they had already taken care of. In fact, they saw a Woojin that they thought was Nani Nani, the shaman who has been accused of trying to assassinate Mazaru. They thought that that was Nani Nani, but it turns out that it's somebody else, and that this is the same Woojin that Agaragis saw talking with Kara Shin that night. And that was supposed to be the connection. Well, we saw you talking to this Woojin. That Woojin is Nani Nani. Nani Nani tried to assassinate Mazaru, which means Kara Shin would have to be the mastermind behind it, or at least a part of it. But now Agaragis is seeing that, well, but that Woojin, the one that she saw, that they saw talking with Kara Shin, is still out and about. So it can't be Nani Nani. Plus, Agaragis was visited by Dodd, who was one of the elite androgyny. And these androgyny, most elder androgyny can grow to at least most Myconid are like 4 feet tall, but these but when Myconid get to like an elder status, they can get up to at least 5 feet tall. So
Can you repeat the name?
Dodd. Dodd.
DOD?
Dodd.
Okay.
Doddy.
Daddy.
Doddy.
Naughty, naughty.
I'd be that Doddy. Put my name in bold. Anyways, no. So Dodd, yeah, and Dodd is the elite of the Pion Mender androgyny. They are 5 feet tall, and they are an elder, and Dodd has been around for a long time. Dodd has seen actual fights, like battles and things like that. Dodd has been other places other than just the Myconid homeland. And they've come to inform and assist Agaragis in their mission. And that's pretty much it. Dodd apologized for offending Agaragis.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're starting with me.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna start with you. Something that must be pointed out is the fact that everybody was stuck where they were that night because of the rain. It has been raining heavily all of a sudden, and it's so heavy that even when the morning comes the next day, the clouds in the sky are so thick, right, that it feels like you guys are in perpetual twilight right now. It doesn't quite feel like night, but it doesn't quite feel like day either, and it's raining heavily, and it's got everybody kind of confused. Before we start with you though, Agaragis, we're going to address what how Zoltan and Uquil and Android and Otis, what their sleeping arrangements were, what they did before they went to bed, or whatever, you know. But so we'll actually start with Uquil and Zoltan, you know. Just what, so it's raining heavily, and the crone, she looks at both Uquil and Zoltan, and she's like, it is unusual out there tonight. I think maybe you all should stay the night here instead of trying to walk back to the palace. I mean, you're more than welcome to, but you're liable to be swept up out there. And strange things like to lurk in the darkness on nights like these. Do what?
So that's not ominous at all.
You
Things go bump in the night.
She says, well, for all intents and purposes, they do their best to keep the undesirables, as it were, out of the city. But nights like these, it's next to impossible. So it's just wise to stay indoors. So yes, you could say things go bump in the night. And then she raises an eyebrow and looks you up and down. She goes, but I bet you're the type who likes to bump back, don't you?
I mean, yeah, I guess it really can't be helped. I guess we'll stay for now.
She says in the morning it should be cleared up anyways. This, like I said before, this was unusual weather for this time of year. It seems as if the elements just aren't correct, but they have a way of correcting their course. It's not unlike them to sometimes go wild. It's not like this is a world-ending event or anything.
Yeah.
She kind of chuckles. Apparently only to herself too. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, he knows better. He's just like, I'm not saying shit.
Mhm.
Not saying shit about what's going on. Shit happens.
At that, Daime just like stands up and she looks at the crone and says, "Well then, I shall adjourn to my sleeping quarters then, and I appreciate you for setting this up, crone. I shan't see you in the morning though. I shall be leaving early." And the crone just kind of waves her off like, "Very well, very well." And then before leaving, she looks at you now, Zoltan, and Daime says, "Remember what I told you, Zoltan. The prestige of our house rests now solely on your shoulders. I have fulfilled my promise and told you what you need to know. The rest is up to you." And then with that, she goes into her own room and slides the door shut. The crone just kind of now looks at Zoltan and Uquil, and she says, you boys can sleep right here if you want." And then she eyes you, Uquil, and goes, "Or, I mean, what, you're only going to be in town for another couple of days, aren't you?"
Fairies. Not sure yet.
She says, "Well, I don't suspect that we'll be having any more business together unless fate seems it important to bring us together, and only Primus knows on whether or not that is going to happen, but I myself, I don't feel like sleeping alone tonight if you don't.
Incident trap.
In your mind's eye, you feel the dragon lift up its head. Like,
Question marks? Fuck it. Send it.
So you like pop up and follow her, and yeah, you guys adjourn to her room with the rice paper walls and the checkerboard wood pattern there as she slides the door shut. And Zoltan, you begin to lay down, sleep, and then, much to your terror, you realize that if a candle is burning in any of these rooms, you can see the silhouette of the people. And for whatever reason, neither you, Quill, nor the crow did you the justice of blowing out the candle.
Hell yeah.
And these rooms aren't soundproof either. I just picture Zoltan laying there, like, doing his best to put as many pillows on his head to muffle sounds, and
He looks like Sheldon in fucking whatever Penny and Leonard.
Yeah, exactly. He's like just burying his face and just being like, oh no. Yes, exactly. And that is your guys' night. Android Notice. Tell me. Well, okay, so eventually, Otis, you stop convulsing, and unless you have anything else in mind, I'm gonna say that you just kind of pass out from the stress of it all. You know what I mean?
Last time she said like I immediately sobered up. Is that like am I still sober once the whole thing's done?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like it sobered you up. Yeah. It's like being drunk and then watching somebody get shot, and you're just like all of a sudden clear. You're just like a rush of oxygen just hits your brain, and you're just like, what? You know? Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as Otis is done shaking, he's gonna look up to Android and be like, "I am never drinking again," and then promptly pass out.
That one makes Android chuckle. He's just like, oh man, you know, and he helps Otis to bed, I guess. He's just gonna find someone and explain briefly, you know, that my friend has had a little too much to drink, and we're probably gonna be staying the night if it's not too much trouble, you know?
Yeah, you find the one dragoon helper, the farmer, Jing Shen, the crystalline blue and white dragoon. You find him and you explain this, and you're like, my friend has had too much to drink, and he goes, I know. As you hand him off, and he takes him, and you explain all that to him, and he's like, don't worry, I'll find him a nice bed to put. No, I'm just kidding. I'll find him proper.
It won't be the first time Otis has fallen into a hole.
No, it wouldn't. No, it
and
wouldn't.
Android followed.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like, don't worry, I'll find him proper accommodations. I can show you your room too, sir, if you're ready to sleep.
Android just kind of bows and he says, that would be splendid, thank you.
Says, very well. You and Solar comes and lands on your shoulder, and he takes you through the garden again to the back area, basically the house that sits on the back side of the garden, and he takes you in there, and in there you see like a library and a sitting room and different things like that. You guys, for all intents and purposes, were for the most part, have been inside the mud room, as it were, which is a place that people will often come to take off muddy shoes and dirty jackets and things like that and hang them up. That way they don't track them through the rest of the house. He takes you throughout the actual house and stuff, and by the time you reach your room, Solar's already asleep, fast asleep on your shoulder. He's just rhythmically breathing, just as something interesting you notice about the way the pagoda is set up is it's these doors and these walls aren't those sliding doors of the rice paper. Everything is made out of clay, and the doors themselves are actually regular wooden doors. And Jing Shen opens up the door for you and motions for you to enter, and he says, I'll see to your friend. And he begins to walk down to take Otis to his quarters, allowing you to enter your room. What does Android do once he's in there?
If he's got the time, well, I guess he would have the time. He's gonna, oh fuck. Did I ever get my clam back from Agaricus? Notice? Did I take that back?
Agaricus doesn't have it.
No, yeah.
Otis does.
I took my clamshell back.
I thought you took it back. I thought Otis took it from
Okay.
Agaricus, and then you took it from Otis and
Yeah.
lectured.
Maybe I did.
I
And
don't
lectured
remember.
yeah, like he took it from Agaricus, because he slapped it shut.
I
Yeah,
just clapped it shut.
yeah, because you like kneeled down to both of them and talked to them both like, hey, I need you guys to knock it off, I mean, that's how I remember it. I maybe not,
Yeah.
but
I forgot that I clapped it shut and shoved it in my pocket. I was getting ready to panic and be like, "No, I just fucking got that back."
I keep losing my
Okay.
stuff.
Then
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Sebastian a shout.
All right, so you open up the clamshell, and the second you do that, you watch as the mirror begins to kind of flash a little bit. And then it clears up, and then you see Sebastian sitting there looking into it. He's his hair is combed and kept properly. He's got like a tiny little top knot ponytail type thing sitting on top, done up at the top of his head, with his long hair hanging down to his shoulders, and he's wearing a fine suit, some drapery, and he opens up the deal and he's like, "Oh, Android." And behind him you can see what looks like a bar full of like patrons and stuff and people moving around, and you realize that that's the manor. There's people inside the manor just sitting around drinking, and you see like, you get a glimpse of the bartender you hired, Cal, and his two daughters, Sierra and Francine, moving about the bar, serving drinks and things like that. You catch a hint of Rooster from the kitchen singing some kind of like what has to be some kind of weird sea shanty, but you can't quite make it out, because he's always drunk and hard to talk to anyways. But you see Sebastian, yeah, he just opens up the clamshell and he's like, "Oh, Android, how's it going?" He looks at you and he goes, "What time is it there?"
Very late. He says,
He's like, "At
I don't know
night?"
what time- Yes, very late at night.
He's like,
And it
"It's."
is raining. It's pouring. The old man is snoring.
He's like, "Oh, okay." He goes, "Old man?"
That was a joke.
He goes, "Ah, I
He
see."
just kind of smiled.
He's like, "Yes, yes." Even when he's like being polite and giving you the polite laugh that obviously is not real, it sounds genuine enough that it's just like the man never shuts off. He's always being a diplomat. He's like, "That is the
Yeah.
strangest thing. It's the middle of the day here."
Android kind of thinks on that for a second. He's like, "Is that right?"
He goes,
Like,
yeah.
hmm,
He goes, yes, but
that's the darndest thing.
he goes, indeed. He goes, I wonder, I'll have to ask somebody about that, because that just, you said you're in the, I've been reading up on this place, Pangshun, you went to, and it is far, far east. It's past the Great Desert, for Hyronia's sake.
Yeah, I went underneath it.
He goes, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to understand that at all, Android. What I will say is that I find that fascinating that far over, it is, I'm going to have to ask somebody, maybe somebody who understands how the day star and the moons work to understand why it is day here and night there. But there's just so much to understand about what is happening now.
Yeah, that confounds me as well. I have no clue what to make of that.
He says, on a strange note, though, you said it's snowing, or you said it's raining there, and it's acting like it's gonna snow here pretty soon, which feels like, but we're not even out of the yellow moon yet, and it's already acting like it wants to change to the blue moon season. It's as if the weather is just developing a mind of its own.
Yeah, I'm working on that. He kind of scratches his cheek a little bit and glances to the side.
When you say you're working on that, this look comes over Sebastian's face and says, what do you mean by working on that? How in the world could you worry about the weather? What would that pertain to you?
He kind of clears his throat and he's like, well, that's kind of why I'm giving you a call, Sebastian. You got some time? Can you clear your schedule to listen to a long story?
He goes, always for you. And you watch as he begins walking, and he's like, hold on a second. And he starts moving through, and you watch him leave like the pub area, and then he's walking through a hall, and you watch as different soldiers like appear in the screen. Like as he's walking forward, you see them appear behind him as they're walking in the opposite direction, as it were. And you realize that while you've been gone, a lot has been done, you know? There are guards now walking the halls in full armor, and, you know, a pub full of people and just different things. You can hear different, like, noises. Like, at one point in time, you hear, like, the sound of, like, a clanging hammer on an anvil. And you watch as Sebastian walks over and goes, oh, I'm sorry. And you don't quite see who he's talking to, but he's like, hey, you're making a lot of racket. I'm going to shut this door. And you just hear a voice say, sorry, but if you shut that door, you know, I'm not going to get proper ventilation. That's why I leave the door open. I mean, it's already hard getting ventilation as it is. He's like, all right, I'll see a contractor about getting you some proper ventilation. You just have to give him the specs, all right? Until then, just breathe the smoke. And he shuts the door. He's like, sorry, there's just so much going on. He walks into his office, which is actually your office. But you do notice that he does not go around the desk and sit in the place you should be sitting. He sits on the opposite side of the desk and sets the clamshell down. And he says,
good man.
He says, okay, what seems to be going on?
Okay, so Android starts to break down everything that's happened from the time that they left the manor, which, if I'm not mistaken, was around the time that we were investigating the white clergy of the Golden Sword or whatever. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, Android tells him how we followed that to its completion shortly after we went, you know, and did the whole thing with the orcs. Fucking ended up in Larethian, went on a favor for Yoshi.
In the midst, hold on, in the midst of all that, though, when you're talking about that, he interrupts you. He's like, I'm sorry. Yarman has passed away?
Oh, yeah. And Android's like, yes, he has, unfortunately. And much has happened since that. Otis has returned, but I'm not gonna get ahead of myself too much with that. I don't believe you have ever met Otis.
He says, no, I don't think I've met this. Is he the one that I was talking to on the mirror, the halfling?
The halfling, yes.
He goes, ah, yes, no, I'd never met him before. He caught me while I was indisposed.
Well, allow me to apologize for that. They robbed me of my clamshell. We were in the midst of a ceremony. He kind of pinches the bridge of his nose. You know, he's like, they caused a scene. It was all conundrum.
He's like, oh no, don't even worry about it. It wasn't even me who had the real problem with it. It was Kevin who acted like he was about to float away over the whole ordeal. I had to kick him out. He was acting like he was just on his toes. You know, Kevin, he owns Mort's fort now. After Mort died in the war, Kevin took it over for him.
Oh, well, good for Kevin.
Yeah, he's
Cheers.
a good lad, if not a bit fragile.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Well, then Android continues explaining.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, we went and fucked around. We completed a bounty. We ended up in Florethian. We went to the Underdark. You know, now we're in Pengshun. He's giving Sebastian more detail.
Yeah, you're just kind of doing the rundown. Yeah, no, I understood how you were doing this. Yeah,
but he's explaining it to Sebastian. You know, up to about the present situation, and he's like, and so that's where we're at now. And yes, we kind of really screwed the pooch big time on this one, but that's why I have not been home, because it's not really something that I can afford to ignore, as I'm sure you understand.
He says, I see. He goes, well, I remember when you all returned. Well, no, you had not returned as of yet from whenever you went and spoke. You say you went and you spoke when you were in Luthic, in the country of Luthic. You said you spoke with a gentleman by the name of Vulcan, correct? And you did that little mission for him, and that's what caused the kerfuffle with the elements, as it were?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a quick, in and out ordeal, and it wasn't supposed to blow up into this big thing, but we kind of accidentally stumbled into something while we were there, and it was catastrophic for the elements, apparently. So we're trying to get that taken care of.
Says, oh, well, that makes sense then. He says, I couldn't quite figure out how that happened, or why it happened, or where they came from, but it turns out, Android, that you may have perhaps inadvertently given some this particular Vulcan a well, and it's no big deal. I mean, he's a nice enough chap. I've talked with him before, but they moved into White Sword a while ago now, since you've been gone, and they're already established here. They're one of the new guilds. This Vulcan, as it were.
Oh, why doesn't that surprise me?
Yes.
Kinda.
Yeah. Well, he's known as the Inner City Trade Syndicate, is what his guild goes by. And they deal in a lot of rarities from the land of Luthic. We're talking like orc artifacts and things like that. Orcish made armor and different things. Yeah, it's strange. If I'm being honest with you, though, and he kind of lowers his voice for whatever reason, he's like, if I'm being honest with you, the what they sell on a surface level really doesn't seem like it's worth as much as a log of troll dung. But they seem to offer another service, as it were. One that, I don't know exactly what the dealings. Like I said, I've spoken with him because when they showed up, I felt it important to learn who they are. And he gave me a card, and he said that if we ever need anything in particular, and I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but he kind of nudged me like I'm supposed to, as if I'm one of those, to look them up. He said, you know, he acted like he knew you, but I just figured that was because of your reputation. But it turns out you might know him. You said that you spoke with a Vulcan, that you went over there, and during all of that, you stole some kind of claw and brought it back to him. Yeah.
Yep. It's probably one and the same.
Yeah, yeah. But he seems like he's wealthy, increasingly so. It seems like he never runs out of at least of gold, ever.
He's probably using that freaking... Oh, wait, no. That's right. That's right. Gendry kind of recalls as he's thinking about this a little bit harder. He's like, they had a side job that they wanted us to do afterwards. That guy that we went in there with, that we met back at the portholes, he wanted us to go with him to get this, I think it was like a vase or something that poured liquid gold or something. I don't remember exactly. It was something like that, though. And, yeah, we turned him down because we were like, we really got to get back to him, but good luck. So, I don't...
Well,
that might be it.
It's possible because, I mean, he goes, I don't want to pretend like I poke my nose in other people's business, but I might have a friend down at the investments who might have accidentally told me that it seems like this Vulcan is basically investing money every week, investing gold every week. And as I said, it doesn't seem like his products on a surface level are worth anything, and yet he seems to always be in good health, as it were. He goes, I don't know. If that's the case, and he's capable of doing that, maybe you should reach out to him when you return. Perhaps make an alliance with this new guild.
Yeah, good thinking. Good thinking.
He's like, it'll be good for you to get to know the guilds anyways, but this one in particular, especially before, the House Crow gets their hooks into them. You know, speaking of which, speaking of the houses, we have 3 new houses as well.
Interesting.
Says yes. There's House Falendar. He goes, a drow house, no less. Seems that this Lord Valendar is a drow, and he just picked up shop here. Not much is known about him.
Valendar, huh?
Falendar, yes. Falendar. Falendar. Says there's Falendar, there's House Volt, which they come from what is that place called? Beargrave. They come from Beargrave. They said that they had opened up trade here in the city, but they're not talking to anybody until they get to talk to whoever they made the deal with. and I don't know who exactly that is. So not much is known about House Volt. And then there's the really strange one, and that is House Desire.
Is that right?
Yes. And I spoke with her once. This strange woman.
No.
I haven't gotten to talk to the head lady of House Desire.
No. You're lying.
Lady Desire, I have not gotten to speak with. But I have spoken with this her underling, her liaison, as it were, who she's calls Thrall. Strange name, but Lady Thrall, yeah, nice girl, sort of strange, a bit quiet, speaks to you in a matter-of-fact tone, but they really don't have much use for alliances. They're just trying to recruit as many women as they possibly can. He says, I mean, it's all here in the latest article of the prior. He's like, they've been publishing a lot, and strangely enough, they are the only house as of yet to branch out from White Sword. They also have a house in High Forest.
Is that right?
He says, "Oh yes." He goes, "I have the articles here if you want to look at the latest one from I have, I try to keep a subscription to these things, but yeah, they just recently did talks with Highgarden, the city of Highgarden, to open a house there, and they're the first ones to have done it so far and branched out."
Well, you know what? So far as I know, we're the first ones to branch out so far east as to attract business from Ping Shun, so kind of shrugs.
He says, "That's fair, but we don't really have a house there, do we? I mean, we're not in a..." Says, I mean, fair enough. I mean, if you can set that up, that would definitely make us, he says, that would definitely make us, a force to be reckoned with. No.
Yeah, we've only just started doing dealings. But, who knows what the future may hold.
He may know a guy.
They know a guy.
He says, well, here's the articles if you want to look at them. I don't know if you want to try and read those. He goes, but I mean, if you look at the one from here, from Highgarden, it shows you, and it shows you the one article that says new guild and final talks with Highgarden. And you take one look at that picture, and
I knew it.
There's no doubt on who that is. And he points at her and he says, that apparently is the woman. That's the only known picture of her. But, yeah, very sophisticated from those who have talked to her, but I've never talked to her. That's just the rumor around. It's like, they say she's just got a way about her.
Android just looks sick. He just looks sick. He says, what did you say their guild business was? What did they deal in?
Says, huh. He thinks about it for a minute and goes, well, isn't that about the 9 hells? I don't remember.
Oh, they deal in desire, Sebastian. And kind of just, wipes his face. He's like, oh, that's sinister. That's sinister, my guy.
He said, well, he said, you also mentioned something about the Archbishop and everything. He shows you the one from White Sword, and he shows you the article talking about Archbishop Kaplan Constance addressing rumors. He's like, apparently, yeah, rumors have gotten out about the clergy, and he's pretty much gone as far as to squashing them all by saying, no, they're just out peacefully trying to spread the good word of Hieronymus.
I'm gonna burn their buildings to the ground. He's just kind of looking. He's like, "Tell me about this Union occupation of Whitesword. What is that?"
He's like, oh, that's all egalitarian, the egalitarian chamber. You remember the egalitarian chamber, basically the council with all the representatives and everything?
Yeah.
He's like, that's all egalitarian chamber bureaucracy, but basically, Hernan Mendoa, the representative from Brokine, or Union, as it were, he's made a few propositions to the egalitarian chamber to perhaps move troops in from Union to help them better govern the nations and perhaps the countries as well, should they I don't know, prove to be uncontrollable or dangerous.
Is that the thing he was talking to us about when we met him? Because we met that guy, right? And he was talking to us something about relation to this, right? This rings a bell.
Well, he's
Interesting.
yeah, Sebastian says, I don't know. You know, he's the Union representative of the first three. He's the ambassador. And he's just apparently, and then he pulls out the article from, he pulls out the what do you call it, the crier from Black Flail, and he shows you that one. He says apparently now this whole thing with the Iron Orc becoming more bold in Black Flail, and the idea that another Iron War could happen, and now they say that Foe Sator stayed a few days in Black Flail.
Right.
Yeah, they don't like that. Union over there on the continent of Brokine, they don't like that. You know, they kind of see us as their sister continent, you know? And they don't like the idea of Foe Sator making good with their sovereign, Orlok. With Black Flail's sovereign, Orlok, the demon. That's just a title. He's not actually a demon, although he thinks he is.
Right.
Yeah. His real name is Orlok Demonis, so, I mean, he's really on the nose, that one. But yeah. They don't like the idea that Orlok has put that wall there now, and now he's allowing Foe Sator to come in and play house. Ooh. Play house, and there we are. They don't like that, so they're talking. The article says Union occupation, but I mean they're just talking about perhaps seeding in more forces into Whitesword in case Black Flail feels, you know, the need to jump. And should Foe Sator do what Foe Sator is known to do, and that is start trying to conquer and make a providence out of Black Flail on our continent, well, I don't think they want that to happen either. Black Flail is a huge chunk of our continent. And if Foe Sator were to turn that into a providence, he'd own 2/3.
Sheesh.
Yeah. A lot has been going on since you've been gone, Android.
That much is clear. I'm just kind of, you know, sighs. It's like, well, we'll make haste coming back, but for tonight I must, you know, hunker down. He kind of looks at himself and he's like, I suppose I should probably bathe at some point before coming home.
Says that couldn't hurt. Says that would always be nice. He says, oh, gee willikers, before I let you go, or before you let me go, I should say, I've been reading up on Pang Shun, of course. And he says, have you heard of the 6 Demons Shogunate?
Oh, yes. I was told that when I arrived, I believe that was the one that I was told not to go through.
He says,
good. If I recall correctly.
He's like, stay clear of them. I don't really understand these stories and their legends and this and that, but from what I can make of all of it is that they are actual trouble. They believe themselves to be real demons or something. I can't even pronounce some of the words that they use in here to describe them. But
me either, and I fear trying to read them. But I was told that for at least because right now they're having a festival that they call the Honorable Jingsu, and it's a periodical time of peace during the festival. And I guess even after the 3-day festival, there's like a month-long time where the festivities are ramping down, and most people's are still agreeable. And it's safer, at least, to traverse the lands. So, I'll try to be home before then, but I have some time to, squeeze through.
Says, we'll see that you do. I had to send Lulu back, with a message to this, to this great hair who sent me a message, letting him know that, yes, whatever processes they need to go through to get here and get that done, we would get them set up and taken care of, and that we will honor the agreement that they have asked. And I also sent them a message begging them to send Lulu back because I can't live without her.
Yeah, I was going to say, if nothing else, I'll speak to the great hair on your behalf before I leave, but okay, it sounds like you have it handled.
He says, what kind is the great hair? What is he?
He is what they call a bonsai.
He goes, a bonsai. I read about those. The bunny folk.
Yes, but don't call them that to their face. They hate it.
Oh, okay. Then bonsai. Yes.
Bonsai.
The bonsai. Yep. Yes. Okay.
And if you want to blow their heads off their shoulders when you very first meet them,
you said that, and he goes, "Ooh." Yes. Yes.
Just bow. Bow when you enter their presence. Bow as deep and as proper as you can. He's like, in fact, let me show you. He kind of sets up the mirror and he performs as proper of a bow as he can perform, having been here as short a time.
He looks and he goes, your form's a little off, isn't it? If you're supposed to be, and he stands up for a minute and he shows you, and he goes, if you're gonna bow properly and deep, and then he does a perfect bow for you, and he goes, something like that, I would imagine, right? That's their form? Says that's their form of handshake? Yes?
Yes. He says, yes, right. That's correct. They prefer a bow. It's more polite. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you.
Says, you know what would help you with that bow, Android, is I want you to, you got to fix your posture a little bit, son. You walk with your shoulders a little slunched forward, Just when you walk, pretend there's a string running through your spine, pulling out the top of your head, and that there's just an invisible hand pulling you up straight, just straightening you out. And you'll, if you pretend to do that, then you will always keep your head up. You won't ever look down and you won't ever look too far up. You'll always just look ahead. And that will help your posture more than anything else. All right, practice that for me, would you? Because we're going to have people we got to talk to. And you can't walk in there like, like you're a school child still, upset that you have to get up for class, He goes, I'm sorry, I'm out of place. I'm out of place. Yeah.
He's kind of like, he kind of like looks at Solar and sees that Solar's still sleeping, and he's like, because he's like, you hear this guy,
Yeah.
But Solar's sleeping, and he's like, just me? All right, well.
Yeah, Solar's just like,
look. Yeah. He's like, look, I've been practicing for 3 days. Cut me some slack. I'll work on it. I'll work on it. Trust me. I know I have to practice being dignified, but you have it down. I don't have to explain to you too much, I guess, but they are very, very uptight about manners and etiquette here. So anything that you can find on their etiquette will help you tremendously.
Says, oh, okay, good. Good. I don't know. Says, I don't know if we have anything of that nature. I mean, we had to go all the way to Cudgel City just to get this. It'll be like a month before I can get a book from Rhodes, if I'm lucky. He goes, I'll figure something out. There's got to be somebody somewhere who knows something.
Surely, and if nothing else, I'm sure the Great Hair would be able to teach you something if you're in contact with him already, so.
He says, sure. Or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out, though. We'll figure it out. If anything, maybe there's somebody who's been to Pangshun around here who can explain a lot of things to me. I don't know. To be quite honest with you, I did not even know this continent existed until you went there. So that tells you on how far behind I am on my studies.
Yeah, and like I said, it's because of Yoshi and Lord, is it Farun? Or
Yeah,
Faerun?
Yeah, Farun.
Or Farun, yeah, Lord Farun, that we're even here, so that might be a lead.
Says, yes. Well. And he kind of scratches his chin and kind of like thinks about it and gets this look on his face and kind of shakes his head no. And he's like, I don't know if I want to go down to Lorethian. Strange words. There's been strange talk coming from here lately. If I'm being honest. Oh, yes. It's like, now don't get mad, but I knew that you were headed that way. So I might have sent people to check up on the place from time to time just to see how it's doing. And
Good.
He goes, well,
Wise.
He says, yeah, the problem is apparently there's been talk of civil war or something here as of late. And it's just not a very safe place to be in. So
Civil War in Lorethian, huh?
He says, yeah, apparently, or something of that nature. I don't know. The elves, he's like, they're kind of those kinds of people. And then he realizes who he's talking to and he goes, they are wonderful people.
Android just kind of chuckles and he's like,
such grace
okay,
and compassion.
don't be afraid of offending me, Sebastian. It's okay. I'm half human as well. It's all right. It's quite all right.
He says, oh, well, truth be told, when they get like this, long before there was the country of Lorethian and it was just the Wolf Song Forest and all of that, it was really hard for outsiders to travel through there. They could snipe you down from the trees without you even knowing it.
Right.
He said, now that they're up in arms, I mean, I don't feel safe sending anybody down there to inquire about them because, I mean, Hyronius knows they might lose their head before they even make 2 feet within inside the forest.
Fair enough. Kind of thinks. And he's like, and you can't, I don't know exactly how it works, but you can't put in a request to the quest givers or something and have them run information for you?
He goes, if I knew who the quest givers even were or how to find them. Perhaps. And he shows you the letter from them and he says, I mean, I have yet to even look at this. I have set this aside until you get back because it was for you and you only. And if you ask me to open it, I will tell you to go eat a slab of troll meat because I would not risk such a thing.
Calm down, it's alright. I won't ask you to open it. It's no big deal. It's alright. It can wait till I get home.
He says those are very serious people with very serious desires.
I see. I didn't realize it was that they were so private, I guess, privatized.
He says, well, I mean, honestly, you're the only group, you and the Inglorious are the only group that I know of that has done what you're doing without their permission for years now. I want to say 3 cycles, as it were. The quest givers showed up one day, and suddenly all adventuring and heroes, as it were, if that's what you all must call yourselves, are now, like you said, privatized. Nobody works outside of the quest givers, and you are the first. And I think you've only gotten away with it for so long, Android, because of your notoriety. But there's only so much that people like the quest givers will live with. And I don't know that for a fact. He picks up a drink like he's gonna drink, from it. And he's talking to you, and before he even takes a sip, he sets it back down and says, mind you, I don't know that and then just takes his hand off the cup completely and just ignores even the fact that he was about to take a drink. He's like, mind you, I don't even know any quest givers. I don't even know any questers other than you and yours. He says, but there are stories, Android, people who made infractions against the quest givers, only to vanish. And, maybe it's just old wives' tales,
Yeah, I just
and
didn't
maybe
realize
not.
it was such a serious thing that, you couldn't even request anything from them or even find somebody so simple as to run across the countries to get information. I didn't realize we had to rely solely on the crier, I guess.
He says, well, I mean, I don't know where to find the quest givers. However, I do know there are the adventurers that are well known, I suppose I could.
Oh, if it
No,
if
it's
trouble,
fine.
I mean, it can wait till we get back. It's no big deal.
There's one man. There is one man that I know of when I was living in Blackflail for a time. I had to hide there for a while, and that is a hard country to live in. It says, and crime was just at its worst. And out of nowhere, the one known as the Vigilant rose, and he started cleaning up the streets. And he saved my bacon a time or two, and we might have become good friends at some point. And I told him my story, and oddly enough, he told me nothing about himself, really. But, I mean, he learned of me, and I might be able to get a hold of him. He gave me a signal. I might be able to signal him and he might be able to put in a request to the givers. He is a certified quester or adventurer, as they're called. I might be able to ask him if he can put in a request with them. What request would you want?
Oh, it wasn't anything complicated. Just information from Lorethian on the goings on about the Civil War. You know, like why, I guess. You know, like what the big deal is exactly, what the major beef.
Of course, I will speak with the vigilant, or hopefully as quickly as possible, and see what he can do.
I just wasn't sure if it was one of them things where they stick to bigger contracts, I guess, as it were, rather than small time gigs.
I really don't know how it works, Android. I know that the Vigilant himself is a card-carrying member, and I don't even think he really associates with the quest givers as much as he's just a card-carrying member of the adventurers, and he mainly just sticks to Black Flail 90% of the time and takes care of the different places there, the different cities and lands and farms and whatnot there in those cities. So in that nation, he's basically one of the only heroes who does. So I don't really know. So, but I can ask him. I'm sure he seems pretty well connected. He'll probably carry it out for me. Plus, I haven't seen him in an age, and I'd be really interested to see him again. Especially that dark jacket he wears.
Very good, man.
It's like he's very broad-shouldered. Fit. Extremely fit.
Well-built man.
Indeed. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yes. Well, let us, I'll handle this business for you, and, one final thing before you go. I still need to talk to you, but I'd prefer to talk to you about this when you're here. It's sort of an important, well, it's not sort of, I won't mince words with you. It is an important matter of the utmost importance. So hurry up and get back as quickly as you possibly can.
Okay. Very well then.
It was okay. And he kind of looks out the window and he goes, "Oh my gosh, it's snowing." And then he just closes the clamshell.
Android snaps his shut and goes to take a bath. And then he goes to bed. Keeps his promise to Sebastian and Bates.
Moving on to Agarigus. So Agarigus.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're there with Dodd, you know? And Dodd basically tries to make an agreement with you. He's like, "I don't want to step on your toes, Agarigus. I understand that, you know, you feel like this is your mission and it should be you who finishes it. I understand that. I'm not here to insult you or anything. I just, well, I would like to assist you in any way that I can. That is all. And I figure while you're out and about with the others, I can stay here in the cottage until you need me for anything." He says, "I can be quite useful to you if you allow me to be." But it is always your decision. You can always say no, and I will go. And I will inform the others that you feel as though you don't need my assistance. He goes, I won't force it upon you.
Agaricus bows and says he wants to say he is sorry for the way he has acted, and that he is just simply stressed from the task at hand and how he doesn't really know how to go about it, given that this is the first real thing to ever really happen to him, given to the real people that seem to actually like him. So he's afraid of not being able to hold on to that after doing the deed. So he asks if there's any advice he can take.
Says, oh, I see, you made friends.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why you were told to do it as quickly as possible so this wouldn't happen. It's the strangest thing about our kind, Agaricus, and Dodd kind of walks over to one of the chairs in the cabin and just sits down in it. He says, it's the strangest thing about our kind is that we are, all things considered, naturally friendly creatures. The Myconid are an expression of love that can never be truly realized. And so we search for it, whether it be through friendship or companionship or whatever. That's why we care so deeply about, well, in your case, you and your alchemy and your studies in biology and nature. It's more of a passion for you and our kind. When we are interested in something, we don't just take hobbies. Our hobbies become our passions, and our passions, they can almost become an obsession if you don't know how to control it. Says, so it's understandable that you would naturally want to become these people's friends, and they would want to become your friends, and I won't judge you for that. He says, let me think on that for a while, and I'll figure something out for you. Okay?
Agaricus just bows and he says, okay, thank you. And again, I am sorry.
He says, oh, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. He goes, there's not a lot of us androgyny. And Pion Menders seem to be one of the fewest of them all, unfortunately. He goes, I look at each one of you that still are alive as my children. And Agaricus, you were always one of my favorites. You had this knack for understanding that I don't even think I had when I was your age. He goes, one day you may be taking over for me as the elite. Who knows? He says, no worries. Says, I will stay in this cabin. The only thing that I would warn you of is don't let anybody in here. Because if you let them in here, they'll see me, and then they're going to have a lot of questions. And you're not a good liar, Agaricus. You never have been.
No.
Says, so, he's like, so keep everyone out of here as best as you can. I would advise at all costs. And we'll figure out what to do about this situation with you and your friends.
He nods his head in agreement.
It's all right. Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take root and kind of meditate for a while. You watch as he kind of plants his feet, and you watch as he roots himself into the ground and goes into like his little rest mode. And what does Agaricus do now?
Can Agaricus almost do the same, but in the way that like mycelium like interacts, where it like connects
Connects to what?
to itself, so like he connects to Dodd.
Oh, sure.
Okay, to like help like what's the word? Meditate like he is, but to like
Just be a part of him. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you're becoming one organism, like a spruce. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. That wouldn't be weird to them at all. In fact, I feel like they probably all do that on a pretty regular basis. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, yeah. So
Kind
you-
of ground to one another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So you do that, and you and Dodd connect, and it's almost like being in like a hug. You know what I mean? It's almost like somebody is hugging you and you're hugging somebody. You know, it's that warm feeling of being hugged. It's not so much physical as much as it's just the feeling of having somebody hugging you. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a spiritual thing than it is anything else. And yeah, you and Dodd rest for the night. And the night goes by as per usual. And the next day, the rain is thick. It's still coming down. It's not as heavy as it were, but the clouds do roll in, as I said at the start of this. And it's like it's put everything in a perpetual twilight. It's confounding, really. But Zoltan and Uquil, you guys make your way after you wake up the next day, and Daime Kurai, she has left, as she said she would. The crone doesn't, like, you know, Uquil, it's the crone, right? There's not really any heartfelt goodbyes or anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
It was just cheeks and goodbye.
Yeah. I mean, I think at one point in time, you might, like, Uquil might have just looked at her kind of like in a cool fashion and been like, well, we'll see you around. And she just says, you know, something to the effect of like, well, you never can tell. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those kinds of interactions, you know? Zoltan is half starved of sleep. Zoltan did not fall asleep till after you guys fell asleep, and not an hour until after you all fell asleep. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and he's complaining, as you can hear, about this. But Zoltan, is it safe? Is it safe to say you complained the whole way back, the whole walk back to the palace?
No, I would just say, is it normal for you?
I'm sorry. Continue on.
Uquil just kind of shrugs and he's like, I mean, it's not normal.
Mm.
He's like, is it normal for you? That's a great.
He just looks at it like realizing like he hasn't been around for like the exploits of Android and Uquil. It's like, yeah, well, I've been tame, if we're being honest.
Not tame enough.
Touche, but no. Your cousin.
Your cousin.
You know what? No.
Oh,
Well,
maybe.
He says no. He says no.
Maybe.
I like that. No. You know what? No.
What you're saying? There's a chance.
So this pretty much goes on until you guys get to the palace, and you guys are headed to this place, the place that you all agreed to meet back up at, which was the place that Agaragis vanished. You know, Android and Otis, you guys are up the next day, and Yokai Izu offers to give you all a Shenlong to fly you back, but Solar interrupts. Well, so Yokai Izu, he's like, the next day he makes sure that when you guys first wake up that you are fed breakfast and everything, and then he talks to you, Android and Otis, as you guys are sitting there eating, and he says, so what are your plans for today then? Will you be heading back to the Forgotten City?
Not drinking any more alcohol, that's for sure.
He just smiles at you, Otis, and he says, well, a ship that cannot float on water is never really a ship, now is it?
oh,
Sure, I guess. I don't know, my head hurts. Stop talking.
He says, basically, even a ship has to learn how to float. And he just pats you on the shoulder and he says, it's okay.
If you say so.
He goes, does it though? Does it? I don't know. I'm just ripping something off from the drunken master. Don't ask me. If I'm gonna be real about this with y'all,
classes in it. It's like,
hey,
I'm a ship.
Hey,
I must.
I don't
float.
know. Take it up with Jackie Chan. He made the movie, not me.
I might.
So Yokai looks at you, Android, and he says, "What? So what are your plans for today then?"
yeah, we were going to head back to, the Forgotten City, I believe, as you called it, to regroup with our companions. What's the policy? I guess you guys have your Shenlong, but what's the policy on flying birds? Do I need a permit?
Says, "I don't think birds need a permit to fly. I mean, they toil no reap. You know, they just kind of are, as it were."
Android just kind of smiles. He's like, I think you misunderstand my question in a sense. I mean, if I had my own transportation, would I need a permit to fly, or is that just regular here? Because in my homelands, if I am to fly from place to place, I need permission to enter those lands. You see what I'm saying?
He says, "Oh, I see. You're worried that you'll get shot down or something."
Yes, precisely.
He says, "I would advise perhaps landing a little ways outside of the city and then just walking in there. Perhaps find the new shogun and present your mount to him so he's aware of it, so he can make a decree throughout the land that you and yours are okay and not to be impeded. I imagine he'd be willing to do that. After all, you did save Mazaru's life, so, you know, our people are indebted to you."
Yeah, good idea. I just didn't want to be shot down re-entering the city.
It's like, well, I wouldn't fly directly into the city at first. But
Yeah.
perhaps
Okay.
landing a little short of it and giving yourself breathing room to walk in. I think you'll be all right. He goes, there's not many archers from here to the Forgotten City. It's mainly just farmlands and one transportation service. And Nanchang Farms.
Good deal. I just worry about my pal here. And kind of pet Solar a little bit, you know?
Solar looks at you like, are you petting me right now? Like,
I sure am. I sure am.
he kind of narrows his eyes a little bit and then looks back at Yokai. And Yokai looks at Solar and he goes, I mean, your bird is majestic. It's got a glow to it, but is it capable of holding your weight? I think maybe you should go with a Shenlong. I mean, you know, I don't want to offend your pet or anything. And Solar then just shrugs your hand off his back and he looks at Yokai and he's like, pet?
Yeah, I was gonna be like, he doesn't. Yeah, no, he transforms, but he doesn't talk or anything.
Solar's like, shh. Shh. He's like, nope. Mm-mm. And Yokai just sits there just stunned. He's like, all right, I'm going to need everybody to step outside real quick and remind everyone just exactly who I am. And with that, he like flies off your shoulder and heads outside. Yokai's like, I didn't mean to offend your pet.
You didn't, I did. But he doesn't like to think of himself as my pet. And I do him that respect of not acknowledging him as my pet. He's my companion, but it's sometimes funny to make him feel like he's my pet.
You and him have this conversation as you guys step outside and there's Solar standing out there and he's like, now behold, the power of Corlon Lorethian compels you. And he becomes like
He's feeling
You're
some type
fucking
of
stupid.
he becomes this beam of light, and as the light forms around his body, he grows like to huge size, which is like 10 times his regular size. Like he gets massive, and when the light dissipates, he's his giant form. He's like, I could carry you and this whole farm on my back right now. And yeah, Yokai's just standing there, just looking him over, you know, kind of glossy-eyed, you know, just completely fascinated because he's just now this shining, shimmery, giant, you know, celestial eagle. And he's like, beautiful. You really do have a beautiful companion, android.
Thank you. He's very elegant, isn't he?
Yeah, Solar hears these words and he's like, just let me know when it's time to go, all right? He just kind of slinks down and just puts his feathers, you know, the rain. And the rain hit his feathers and everything, and Yokai looks up at the sky and he goes, it's not really day, but it's not really night either. I cannot see the morning star at all. He goes, it is.
Yeah, that's concerning.
He goes, yes, well, perhaps we will have to consult. Yeah,
Yes.
perhaps we're going to have to assault it and be like, you do your job. No, he's like, perhaps we'll have to consult Mazaru about this later on and find out exactly if this is something to be of concern or not. It's about that time that you see Otis being escorted out of the house by Jing Shang and Haoken, the two dragoon, you know, Haoken being the red and gray charcoal scales, and Jing Shen being the blue and white prismatic. He's like, they're not manhandling you, Otis. They're just kind of shooing you out the door, and they're like, we don't have any more food. We've had nothing else cooked. We have nothing to give you. I am so sorry. But we need you out here now. Your friend is leaving without you.
He would not do that, and that is just incredibly rude.
Yeah. You've got like a chunk of food in your cheek too that you're chewing on as you say this. Like,
Hey, that's just incredibly rude.
Haoken looks over at Governor Yokai and he's like, he ate his food, then ate the rest of your food, then ate the rest of his food, and they motioned to Android, and then when we weren't looking, he ate our breakfast as well.
Savage.
He's like, the only thing he didn't eat was the bird seed that one. And then they stop and look at Solar. And it's like they have forgotten everything they were saying. And you watch as their wings just kind of droop to the ground like a cape. And they're like, beautiful. And Solar just kind of looks at them and then looks at you guys. And then looks back at them and he goes, you're right. And then goes and then just turns his head away again and just won't even look at anybody.
Yeah, like, Otis sees Solar is like, oh shit, I guess Cassius, come on out.
So you grab the monster manual and rub your hand over the emblem, and Cassius just comes up out of the emblem of the monster manual, and out pops a large celestial griffin with its wings flapping, just kind of shaking off, and Cassius is like, oh. He looks at the weather and he goes, this is strange weather.
Been hearing that a lot.
He's like, he bows before you, Otis, and he says, how may I serve you?
You can start by not bowing.
He says, oh, right, sure, okay.
Please don't do that.
He says, yeah, no problem. No problem. I just thought,
I mean, I appreciate the gesture, but there's no need. We're all friends here.
He says, yes, I suppose we are friends, aren't we?
I mean, I would hope.
He says, how strange. Yes, well.
What you mean by that?
Well, if you remember correctly, Otis, like, it's kind of coming back to you slowly, but you kind of remember Cassius did not like you at first. Not really. He was kind of just doing it as a favor to Obad High, in exchange for becoming a celestial griffin.
Don't notice he starts cheering up, but I was like, do you still hate me?
He looks at you and he goes, no, see, that was the old Cassius. He goes, it's like I told you when we got you back, I realize now, like, how important you are. And, yeah, no, you're my buddy. And he just kind of nudges your shoulder with like a talon, just kind of, like, hey guy, like somebody who punches you in the shoulder, like, hey, but he does it with a talon, just kind of, yeah. And like, but he accidentally does it with enough force that it just kind of puts you on your butt for a second. He goes, oh shoot, I'm sorry. And he picks you up. About this time, the two, like, Jing Shen and Haoken just kind of look at each other, and they look at Yokai and they're like, we've got a lot of cleaning up to do this morning. Can we just go back inside? And Governor Yokai's like, oh, of course, guys. I'm so sorry. Go. He looks and he says, now what are you? And looking at Cassius, and Cassius is like, I'm a griffin. He goes, how do you shine like that? And he's like, belt. No, he's like, yeah. He's like, how do you shine like that? And he goes, holy divinity. What are we doing here exactly? What do you need from me now, Otis?
Well, I mean,
Oh,
originally I just
divinity.
wanted you to meet Yokai because we were talking about you earlier. I won't keep you here too long.
He says, oh, he goes, no, I'm more than happy to serve. Yeah. And then that's about the time Solar chimes in and goes, we're supposed to be leaving anytime soon. I suppose Otis will want to ride you, even though I'm more than capable of carrying him.
You sound so angry.
He looks at both Android and Yokai again. He goes, let's just when you all are ready. And then he turns his head away again and looks off in the distance of the forest. Just
Otis is gonna like catch like, well, I guess I'm just gonna put you back. Don't want to make Solar any more angry than he already is.
and Cassius is like, man, no, screw that cat.
Okay, let's not start fighting.
He's like, no, he's like, me and you, we can ride, man. He goes, it'll be like old times. It's been forever.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
All right. And he picks you up and with his beak and just plants you on his back. He's like, well, last one there. And he flaps up in the air and takes off.
Like, wait, Cassius, do you even know where you're going?
He goes, pioneers, man, pioneers. No, he goes, oh crap, good point. And he folds backwards and comes and lands back down. And he goes, yeah. Which way? Which way is it to where we're going? Governor Yokai points and he goes, you want to head southwest to the largest city. You should be able to see it from here, actually, once you get a few yards. He's like, oh, right. Yeah, I knew that. I'm just glad you knew that. Takes off. Then Solar just looks at you, Android, and he goes, did you hear him? He said last one there. We really gonna lose the halfling and his bird?
My bad, dude. I didn't realize it meant that much to you. Let's go.
He goes, oh, I just thought it'd mean something to you. That's all. I just
mount up. No, let's go. Let's go. Whoop their ass.
Says, all right. And he looks at you, looks at Yokai, and he goes, it's a lovely garden you have. And then just flaps his wings and takes off. And you guys just take off, and you don't hear Yokai, but while he stands there for a little while, even when you all are out of sight, just still staring at the sky, and he says, perfect.
He just bricks on the ground.
No, he doesn't. He just looks. He just stands there for a little while staring at the sky, but he does mutter words that you all will never hear him say, because this moment in time has passed, but he's just like, beautiful. And then he turns and enters the
He hasn't seen his garden yet, has he?
He hasn't seen his garden yet.
I'm asking.
He probably has, but he's not the type to, yeah. Yeah. So eventually everyone makes it back. Android and Solar and Cassius and actually Cassius and Otis make it to the city first, and they land. And they're like, but Solar lands outside of the city like he was instructed. And he goes, look at them. They're all proud of themselves like they won, when they don't realize that the actual stopping point was here. And so they don't realize that they actually lost.
They could have been shot down. Very good, Solar.
He says, yes, I know. And then he just looks over at Otis and Cassius, who are all happy and kind of dancing around like, yeah, we won. And he looks at you, Android, and goes, let's not tell them they actually lost, though. Let's let them think they won, huh? He goes, look at them. They're so happy. He's so happy to be back. And yeah, it's just good to see Cassius in high spirits again.
Fair enough. Quite mature of you.
It's like, oh. He goes, well, yeah, of course, I'm a celestial eagle.
I would expect nothing less.
That's right. You shouldn't. he lets you off his back and down his wing as he shrinks back down to size. The light fades off of his body, and as each beam of light fades off his body, he just completely morphs and shrinks back down to his regular small size as he floats back up onto your shoulder. He's like, well, let's go congratulate them for winning. So after a congratulatory celebration, Cassius, he comes walking into the city with you, Otis, and people stop and look. You know, you have humans and Dragoon and Bunzai, Kitsune, you know, Kuatoa, you know, just all the different kinds of races and denizens of the lands on the continent are stopping and looking. Now, the rain is still going. It is a bit of more of a drizzle at this point, but you guys are still stuck in this perpetual twilight. But that hasn't seemed to stop the celebration at all. People are still drinking and enjoying themselves and just acting like the rain's not even happening. They're like, nope, we gotta wait. We gotta wait every 30 years for this. We're not letting no stupid weather take this away from us. So even in the midst of all that, but people do stop and they look at you, Otis and Cassius, but most of them just kind of stop and they kind of whisper, and you hear one of them even mention something about, those are the foreigners. They come from strange places and they have strange things, but so far they've done good. So, you know, some of the Dragoon even say, they're friends of the Chosen One. Just let them pass. You know, so eventually you all meet back up in the palace at the meeting place. And Agaragis, you can see all of them standing outside of your hut now, unaware of where your hut is. They cannot see it. They can't even touch it. It's completely intangible to them. The only thing that makes it tangible is you and your key. But you can see them all standing out there now as you come out of your planting. And you feel Dodd just kind of pat you on top of your head and say, now remember, don't let them in here. If they see me, they're going to have a lot of questions for you.
He says, okay, got it.
Says, and just stay with them for a while and check back in with me periodically. And I'll think on this whole friendship matter you have going on.
Thank you.
Says, of course, Agaragis. He's like, Zetamoy be with you.
He just gently smiles and gives another bow and just kind of gives a peek out of the door.
So as you peek out the door, you see them all just standing around. Android, Uquil, Zoltan, Otis, Cassius, Solar. Are you guys like locked in conversation about what you all have learned from the previous nights and everything?
Yeah, I'd like to say that as we're walking in and regrouping, that's kind of what we're, discussing. I mean, Android would want to, come up to you, Quill, and just be like, look, this is what I learned, but as they're doing so, I imagine Android would be kind of passively looking around for Derek, like, okay, told him to come back, I don't got time to fuck around with this little mushroom.
Yeah. So basically, Gurgis, you see Android kind of looking around and talking, telling Uquil what he learned, and Uquil being like, yeah, it was that one thing with the thing, just
pretty much
doing what explaining how Uquil explains, with every once in a while Zoltan actually chiming in to kind of correct him, because now it's like Zoltan's mission to just kind of do that at this point,
Oh, well, I swear to you, if he does,
correcting the comment.
Yeah, if he does, Yuko's just like, and his cousin though.
And his cousin though. So that becomes a thing, Android, that you're noticing between them. Every time Zoltan chimes in and goes, "Nuh-uh, it was more like this," then Yuko will be like, "Oh, and did I forget to mention his cousin though?" You know, and
You left your armor unattended?
you heard
No, but I should. I should.
Meanwhile, Otis and
He's over there that figure looking.
no, like Otis and Cassius are actually stuck in a game of rock paper scissors. They're just like just rock paper scissors shoot. You know what I mean? But they call it boulders, knives, and parchment.
He had a stroke, ladies and gentlemen, coming up.
Yeah.
From that.
No, they call it boulders, shears, and parchment. Yeah, that's what they call it. You know?
I'm gonna throw myself in trouble.
Oh, boulders, parchment, shears, shoot, you know? And they're just, you know, just kind of doing that. And yeah, Gargus, you can see them having this conversation as you just kind of peek out the door a little bit. Android, go ahead and roll me a spot to see if you notice the little slit in the terror in the fabric of reality to see Agaragus's little face just kind of, you know, if you notice the monstrosity of Agaragus, the thing Agaragus calls a face, peek it out of this little slit here.
Hit it with the mother, no! Oh, that's scary.
Agaragus, you can choose to roll a hide at this point as well, if you like, to try and mitigate that that roll.
Okay, I would like to.
Of course. I figure you don't want to necessarily be caught peeking out, so.
No.
Anyways.
Anyways, no. I'm only having Android roll because Android seems to be the only one really wanting to spot Agaragis. I figure Otis and Cassius are busy, and Uquil and Zoltan are kind of busy, you know, just going back and forth at each other right now.
Uquil forgets Agaragis exists half the time until he does something fucking absolutely even asinine for him. He's just like, well, wait a minute.
What is shoot.
You want to do it down to skills? Because Android's spot is a 14.
Well, no. I know that you both rolled a 24. Is the thing.
Right.
I was gonna say
this is hide is 16. So if you want to do it that way, Agaragis would beat me out.
Well, I was gonna say no. I was gonna judge it by what is spot? Is that a wisdom?
Yes.
And what is hide? That's a dexterity, correct?
Let me check.
I believe so.
Hide is dexterity, yes.
Okay, so Agaragis, what is your dexterity? The total number, not the modifier, but just the total number. What is your dexterity?
14 is my total number.
Okay. And Android, what is your wisdom?
Let me check. It is a 16.
All right. Android spots you. His wisdom beats your dex. Yeah, whatever. This is my United States of whatever. Anyways, yeah, so Android, you're just kind of looking around and you just happen to see this little slit in the fabric of reality, and you can see Agaragis is just gnarly face just looking out at you guys.
And we watched them go in there, right?
Yeah, you watched them go in there before, yeah.
Okay, so Android's gonna be like, Oh, there it is. And he's gonna be like, come on, come on.
There.
What are you? And he's gonna be like, come here. I don't know what you're doing, but get out of there. Come here real quick.
Agaricus just abides.
So you
Yeah.
come over, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
yeah. So Agaricus, when you come out that door and shut it behind you, the cabin, the extra dimensional doorway just vanishes now. Like it's sealed off until you unlock it again.
Go in there real quick.
Do what?
He says, "Don't go in there real quick," to everybody.
Well, nobody can go in there without you.
Right,
Well, no,
but
yeah.
that's the joke. We don't know that.
Oh, oh,
You
I
just
see.
was.
Man, I keep missing the jokes. I'm so sorry, Agaricus. You're dropping comedy gold, and I am just being too serious. I apologize to you. Yes, I am so sorry.
He is dense. Forgive us.
Yeah,
Android's
I'm struggling tonight. I am so sorry.
Yeah, Android's like, I don't think I could if I tried. Frankly, furthermore, what is that? What are you doing when you do that? What are you hiding? Like, is that just magic?
Agaricus just says it's his pocket.
It's your pocket. Okay. All right.
Beautiful.
Android clears his throat and he's like, I understand that it probably has a tentative grasp on the common language, but I don't like the way it described that, Will. He just kind of like slowly turns and looks up at him. He's like, I don't like the way that it described that place.
Yuko just scratches his head. He's just like, he looks at Otis, who's playing with the fucking griffin, and he's like,
Otis is doing that and then stops like, what's happening?
You Quill, roll me an intelligence. I have my reasons, all right? It's not
No,
it's not as insulting as it sounds, but I need him to roll me an intelligence real quick. You Quill may have a moment that here that may surprise you all, depending on. We shall see. We shall see.
14.
You rolled a 14?
No, well, yeah. Combined, it's my modifier's 12, so that's +2, and I rolled a 12.
It didn't show me your roll. Weird.
This motherfucker.
Yeah, it.
On
Oh,
camera.
that's because you did it on camera. God dang! I forgot that you had your camera up and all that. I forgot that you're gonna have to remind me of that probably for a few sessions before it finally sits in, and I'm like, oh yeah, duh, knucklehead. Yeah, 14. That's good enough. You're just kind of like, yeah, I don't, yeah, and then you get to thinking about it, and you're like, well, they did open a door, and they walked in there, and they looked like they had a key.
Pulls out his key.
Yeah, you pull out your key, and you're like, I wonder if it's the same sort of thing, and if that's the case, you're thinking to yourself, how did it get one of those?
Yeah, Yuko's like, it, it
And you realize that maybe, what?
Insert Transformers fucking reference now.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. I was like, you're beginning to realize that maybe there's more than meets the eye to Agaricus. Because this key that you have is only a single-use key that was given to you by Paprika. Remember? To test
Yep.
this out. And if it worked and you liked it, yeah, she was gonna work on getting you like the key rings that have single-use keys on them, but will have several keys and blah blah blah. Yet it seems to you that Agaragis can use the same key at will, and that perplexes you. Like, you're just kind of like,
Yuquil's like, huh. And it just, like, in a rare moment of, like, his old self, he just uses his. He's like, fuck it, send it.
you turn
No
and
way.
unlock yours, and you open up your door, and everybody sees that happen. Now you see Yuquil open up that door, and inside there you see a large, completely furnished woodland cabin inside there.
Whoa.
Otis sees this, like, damn, where do I get one?
Yeah, like we're talking like it's got the bear rug, it's got the couches that are made out of like chopped down logs, you know what I'm saying? A big old stone fireplace, a deer head mounted over it, you know, things of antlers all, you know. It's got
Yuquil's looking into it, and he's grabbing at the air for Android. You know what I mean? And he kind of grabs him, pulls him over, and he's like, he kind of explains how he got the key. He's like, Sebastian, yeah. Tell him find her. Need more. All monies, everything give, please. Yes?
You couldn't have used that last night?
Whoa.
Used that last night.
Yuquil
Zoltan for the win.
Yuquil looks through his soul. Hold on. That's a...
No, I wanted you to hear it.
Let's see. Where's it at?
I can just picture Sultan too, like not even impressed with the cabin at this point because he's just looking at Yuquil, like a frown is perpetually on his face. He's got dark circles under his eyes, and he's just like, you couldn't have used that last night.
Yuquil uses his intimidate, but it's not a threat. He looks directly at Zoltan. That's a fuck. It's fucking 41.
A 40. Oh, a 41.
Good luck beating that. Yeah. You remember I've used every skill point I think I have.
Yes.
In that alone.
Yeah.
But yeah, he looks directly at Zoltan. He's like, I will have your cousin. And it's just like, I was like, I'm gonna put her in here.
What do you mean by that? Hold on a second. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, Otis is confused too. Like, the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Android covers Otis's ears.
Yeah.
He's like, what do you mean by that?
What's happening?
What's even cooler about this cabin too, while this is all going on, just to point it out to you guys, it has large windows in the far wall, right? And in those windows, you can see a fully fleshed out forest with snow coming down off the pine trees and everything. It looks like a beautiful winter scenario in this cabin.
You got a bougie little cabinet. Can you go in there all the time? You said it's a single use? Is that what you said?
Otis is fighting the temptation to go darting in.
It's like, I never used it because I didn't know where, she didn't really explain completely, so it was just like, maybe she could get back to her if I liked it. I think I like it, Mikey. Can you get him to get a hold of her to say hello?
Yeah, that's pretty nifty.
And he remembers, he's like, I mean, I used it a few more times, but this one's like a limited one. But she said if I liked it, I could get. She could make
Oh
it
yeah,
better.
this one completely crapped out. The second you unlock the door, the key just vanished. It just in your hand.
It says I have 3.
You have 3 of them?
Okay.
Okay, so you have 3 of them. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Well,
do another
yeah,
one,
it
you
is.
open it up, and it's just a freaking swirling, dark, malicious pit. and you can just hear somebody in the background going, "Little boy, you're going to hell." No, I'm just kidding.
Little boy, you're going to hell.
It's like, I don't like this one. This one's defective. I don't. No, but yeah, it's just.
True.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I'm talking. Yeah, I ignore everything else and just it's like, yeah, can you get Sebastian to try to get a hold of her? I want more.
Yeah,
This is
that's a stupendous idea. Really, that
Yeah,
would be very helpful.
See if you could find her. And, holy shit! I just thought it was gonna be like, because we used one of these before. Who was it? Mind Doc that used the pocket dimension last time?
Yeah, Mind Doc's pocket dimension was nothing like this.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like, I just thought it was like that. He's like, I was just gonna use it like in a dire. I didn't think it was gonna be. And he just kind of looks at it and he's like,
Really, really nice.
yeah. He's like, do we have to go?
Yeah, there's like a staircase that leads down into the center of the room, and everything is made out of wood, right? I mean, it is a log cabin that leads up to like a pretty much like a balcony, that lines around the whole area with it. You could see bedrooms up there, like individual rooms with their own doors and stuff, and down on the level floor you can see a few doors that lead to somewhere. You know what I mean? And in the very far back where the windows are and everything, you can see a back door, a sliding glass back door that leads out onto a deck.
Was like, yeah, 5 minutes. Let me see something.
Otis can see all this too, right?
Oh yeah, everybody can see this. Everyone can see
Otis
this.
is actually going to start tugging at Android's shirt like a small child would and point to it and like, I want one.
Equal goes in. He's like, give me 1 second. I want to see something. He walks through and then walks out the back door.
So does Uquill walk in there? He walked in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Out the back door.
the second he does that, the door slams shut on everybody else's face. No, I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Everybody pile inside before that happens.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Unless he shut the door is open.
No, that's left it open.
Yeah, that.
Like, why?
Yeah, what a jerk move that would have been, right?
I was like, no.
Yeah, you go out and you open up that sliding glass door and you look out the back, and you're standing on this like large back deck that is overlooking. You realize that this cabin sits on a cliff face and looks out over a whole horizon of just trees and forest. And there's stairway leading you down that looks like it goes down somewhere, down to the bottom. And if you look and you follow the stairway, you realize it leads out onto the shores of what looks like a lake, a very large lake. And out there's a deck with a boat, a little like pontoon sitting out there that's moored to the deck, to the dock, I mean. And you're just standing out on this large deck just looking as the snow falls in. The snow is cold. I mean, it's cold out here. This is very realistic.
Yeah, Yuko just takes a moment. He's like, holy shit. Yeah, he just looks back at Andrew. He's like, yeah, we got to get a hold of her like yesterday. Holy shit.
Yeah, this looks incredibly handy. I don't know why we didn't investigate this sooner. That's our bad, I guess.
Yeah, Yuko just puts his hands up like, and he's like, yeah, I thought it was going to be like the other time we had the thing.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was going to be coded like that.
Solar
Yeah.
light.
He just kind of looks at freaking Agaricus and he's like, and that's what you be doing?
Agaricus just looks at him blankly.
And kind of waits for a second for him to reply, and he's like, good talk. And turns and looks back at the others, and he's like, so, yeah, we're going to get more of these made, huh? Yeah, that's a good idea.
Solar like flies off of your Solar flies off your shoulder and goes out onto the back area with you, Quill, and he lands on the deck railing, and he's just kind of looking out, and he kind of shakes for a minute. He goes, "It's cold."
Yeah, it's weird, ain't it?
you see Solar just kind of looking at everything for a minute. His eyes are just kind of looking around, and you watch his head just kind of lean down and as if he's in thought. He goes, yeah, it's probably nothing. And he goes, yeah, it's lovely. And he flies back over to Android's shoulder and lands on it.
Android's gonna be like, what?
He goes,
You think it's a real place?
He goes, well, we can debate this standing out here, or we can all go inside and discuss it in there.
Let's discuss it in there.
So, who all goes inside?
No, it's
Okay.
ours. Yeah,
Okay.
no. You closed your door. We can go in there
Okay.
if you wanted to.
Garrus just reiterates, no one inside of my pocket.
Android's like, nobody's getting in your pocket. Quit calling it that. Quit calling it that.
No one in your pocket.
No one in your pocket. Fine. You probably got fucking worms in there or something. I don't know what you're doing.
Mind your business.
I am.
Good.
What about Otis and Cassius? Do they go in?
Yeah, why not? So look, Cassius, you want to go with that?
Cassius is looking at it and he goes, yeah, I do.
Let's go.
It's like, awesome. And he goes stepping in. He's like, whoa. And he kind of knocks on the floor. He goes, what is that, pine? I think that's pine. So these are good floors. He looks over at Solar, and Solar's looking at him, and it's like they have like a silent conversation with one another, each other's eyes, and Cassius just kind of stiffens up a little bit and begins to look around. What about Zoltan? Does Zoltan go in?
If he sees everyone else going in, he'll follow.
Okay.
I think that's everyone.
Mm-hmm. So everyone goes in, and yeah, you all are standing in there, and Solar's looking out the door, and Cassius goes, it couldn't be, right? Solar goes, well, maybe. It could be.
Couldn't be what?
Cassius goes out the back door and kind of crunches the snow under his hand, and he looks around and he goes, no way. And he puts his claws up on the railing and he looks around. He goes, no way. And he just kind of looks over his shoulder and goes, well, do you tell him or do I tell him? And Solar's like, I mean, I'm not even sure.
Cash is gonna run up to Cassius, step on his back, and be like, "Tell us what."
So, because Cassius is kind of like in a standing position, holding onto the rails, when you run and jump onto his back, you slide right back off because of the snow and everything. You're just like, aha, boom, tell us what, boom, boom, bah, bah, and slap back down into the snow.
Yes.
And Cassius is like, well, I mean, this kind of reminds me of Emerald, my homeland.
Yuko looks at him and he's like, wait, your homeland? That means...
Cassius goes, well, you guys remember? You've been there, right? That's where I first met you all. You guys went there and you defeated the unknown. It's about this time that Solar is like nudging Zoltan, and he's like, you gonna shut the door behind you, or were you born in a barn? Or what?
I'm sighing and I'm shutting the door.
You do what?
I'm sighing and I'm shutting the door.
I thought you said outside. I was like, he walked out.
He's like, F that! Goes outside. sits down, just
The due
pouts.
respect.
Yeah, he's like, the audacity of these guys. No, Solar's like, Cassius is like, well, yeah, you remember you guys, you went there, you defeated the unknown. You know, I was one of
I still
the.
got spit of firewood, I believe.
He goes, yeah, I was one of the griffins that when you guys were flying through the sky tried to kill you all, and Otis jumped through the air and landed on my back, and Obot High got a hold of me and told me, you know, I should adopt him, and he'll make me a celestial griffin. He goes, well, these details aren't important. What's important to know?
Adopt me?
He goes, it's a figure of speech, Otis. That's all. Just a figure of speech. He goes, anyways, he goes, but it's strange. And he looks out the door and he goes, I mean, technically, by all accounts, we should be, if I'm looking at that lake correctly, and I know I am. He said that lake is what is that? He's like, that's a part of the Fawn Salt Sea. He goes, but it's no longer. He goes, the waterway that led into the ocean is gone. I mean, if you look out just a little ways and you look at that horizon, you can kind of see the sea out there. It's like, it's no longer the salt sea at all. He goes, but that can't be correct. Because I know for a fact that the Fawn Salt Sea still exists. We are in the Feywind Forest right now. But I don't see any of the fairies. I definitely don't see the fawn out here. I don't know how this cabin would be out here. And Solar kind of hops onto a counter and he goes, and explain this. And he flicks a switch that's on the wall, and when he does that, the lights in the cabin turn on.
Oh. Yeah, at that one, Android looks really surprised. He's like, this is, straight up arcane, ain't it?
Yeah.
Takes a look at you.
What's even stranger is above all your heads, too, is a very large structure that basically there is what looks like a thin pillar hanging from the ceiling, right? And attached to it is a cylindrical looking, like what looks like a cap or a top, and off of that are several fans or blades, and once he flicks that switch, all the lights come on and this structure begins to rotate around, moving all the air in the room and cooling the space around you down a little bit, making it less stuffy in there.
Chilly.
When did the sorcery?
Solar looks at Cassius and he's like, you know as well as I do, coming from where we come from, that things like this should not be. And Cassius goes, not for another. And he goes, yeah. Solar looks at you, Android, and goes, yes, get in touch with Sebastian. Fine. And he looks at you, Quill, now, and he goes, who gave you that key?
A person.
What is this person's name?
What you about to know?
Equal just looks at Android like,
I don't remember.
Android wasn't with you. You know who was with you? You know who was with you? Ek and Yarman. One is dead, and both are technically dead now.
Nice.
yeah, Equal just kind of stands there. He's like, Started with the like a P. Potpourri.
I'm thinking of
Peppery?
maybe it's a
He goes, where did you meet this person?
Back then.
We don't remember that either.
He goes, how, even if you wanted to get more keys, you Quill, what was your end game here exactly? How were you going to find? How were you planning on getting more keys if you have no information?
He was gonna roll on intelligence when the time came.
You can try and roll an intelligence now if you'd like. Or you could just play this out and it's fine by me. You are allowed to play as much D&D as you like, my
Playing
man.
this out, he was like, I was with those two. Where the fuck were we?
Solar's just like looking at Cassius now, and Cassius is just like looking around like, this is fantastic.
Where were we? I don't recall being. Huh. He's like, yeah, Android was there. Otis was there. These other two were the other ones. Where the fuck were we? I got some other stuff during that time frame.
Yeah. Contraband.
Yeah. Oh, where the fuck? What's the name that I can't remember the name of the place now to save my life.
I know.
He looks at Android and he's like, he pulls out the smoke sticks that I got from there, like not the other shit, but the smoke sticks, the one thing that he's gonna show that he has on him. he's like, where did we get these?
Android kind of thinks a moment and he's like, to be honest with you, Quill, you often be pulling out things that I had no idea that you picked up. Was that one, did you pick those up when we went and digged with the water weird? Because I honestly could not tell you when you were alone with Eck and Yarman.
I was like, no, it would have been before that, because a little bit before that.
Android didn't go to that place with you. Android was busy doing something else, but he was there in the city at the time, because he was there when the two halfling ripped off Eck. Because everybody was laughing at Eck, because Eck kept trying to like bully the two halfling, and the halfling just kept like talking to him like they were completely ignoring everything he was saying. He's like, give me back my money, and they're like, your money? Oh, you should really watch out. Have you lost money? Because I mean,
I remind Android of that moment. I'm like, when he was arguing with the little, with the little ones like Otis.
I don't remember exactly when that was, but was that when he tried to sleep in the middle of the street, or was that also when we were doing the...
You're gonna have to...
Was I still here during this?
Nope. You were not.
No, you were gone for that. Yeah, you were gone.
You're gonna have to roll an intelligence to narrow that down if you want to narrow that down. Or you can roll your bardic knowledge. I'll let you do that. To try and kind of remember that whole fiasco.
Fuck.
Well, you get to thinking about it, and you're trying to remember, and you're like, well, no, that was in Luthic that he did that. He's like, there aren't any halfling in Luthic, to be sure. He's like, you're like, we saw goblins in Luthic. That's for sure. Where is the highest concentration of halflings at? And that you can't really remember.
Nope.
Let's try this. I don't remember shit.
So Solar's like,
All of a 9.
Solar's like, well, we can figure this out later. And if you guys want, we can rest here, I suppose. And he kind of looks around and he goes, no, you know what? Do what?
Oh, I was gonna say, Android kind of looks a little concerned now, and he's like, "So, what do you think this is a real place, but it's not a pocket dimension?"
As you're saying
So-
that, you hear Cassius just kind of chime in. He goes, oh, it's definitely a real place.
So, if it's not a pocket dimension, that means it's not an imitation, right?
Solar goes, not an imitation at all. Not even a little bit. He's like, and I'm really apprehensive until we can figure out where these keys came from and who made them and how they were made and all of that. And even staying here. He goes, I won't. He goes, I don't. And he kind of sighs. He goes, I can't keep you from staying here. I can tell that you all really like it. And I can't keep you from staying here. All I can ask is in the name of Coralon Lorethian, you do not leave this place and go venturing too far out and find anybody to interact with. They will not know who you are, what you are, and you are going to possibly inadvertently change some things.
So, it's a place in time? Android narrows his eyes,
In the past, this sounds like.
He says,
I fear not.
He says, just don't. He goes, I'm not going to say anymore because I don't want to inadvertently change things either. He goes, just don't
touch anything outside of this cabin. Got it.
do not venture far from this cabin at all.
Fair enough.
With that, Solar just kind of hobbles over to, like, on the countertop. It's an island that he's sitting on, and on this island you see, like, this island is dug out. There's two, like, square dugout structures in this island, and what looks like a water spigot hovering above the top of them that's sitting in its own base with two knobs on either side of it. And to the right of that looks like a little handle thing that you squeeze for some weird reason. That
Did I
is
have Yucca with me?
that
whenever
is
that went down.
no.
Yeah, I thought that was when I didn't have you. Fuck.
And that structure is like implanted in a base of its own in this island. And this island looks like it's made out of like black marble that sits on top of this like wooden island. And he kind of hobbles over to this box that's just tucked in this little nook in the corner. And Solar just looks at Cassius and goes, you want to open that and see if there's anything to possibly eat in there? Cassius walks over to it and he goes, are you sure we should be showing them this? And he's like, well, if they're dead set on staying here and checking it out, we might as well let them take advantage of all the amenities. And he looks over at his shoulder and thinks about it for a minute, and he looks at all of you and he goes, are we staying here or are we leaving?
He was deep in thought trying to remember where the fuck he got the key from.
He goes, we do have a lot we have to do today.
Yeah, I guess that depends on whether or not you think time spent in here will affect us out there. If this is a place, you get what I'm saying? Time dilation, I guess?
He looks over
I
at
think he's
Cassius,
smart.
and Cassius looks at him, and they both kind of bow their heads, and he goes, no, it won't affect anything. It'll be like we were gone for but a second. And then he kind of mumbles under his breath, now is the time he asks the correct questions. Like, really?
Well, I mean, we've had so many interactions with gods. I mean, this isn't the first time we've had.
Yes.
I'm kind of figuring it out, I guess.
He goes, although
little
this I don't think is any work of a god. He goes, I think
No.
this was I think this was completely accidental. I think somebody is a lot more powerful than they give themselves credit for.
It's also the chick that gave us the things right where we. Oh, I'm trying to remember. No, we used the portals.
What for the you mean the ones that took us to freaking what is that continent? I can't think of what it's called. The one.
Me neither.
Or the
Fuck!
fucking. Because if that's the case, if that's the people, then that's the same guy that Sebastian and I were talking about just a little bit ago, and that's fine. But if it's not the same person, then I don't.
I swear it was her that gave us the the portal jump.
The person Sebastian and I were talking about was the dude, so I don't know. If it was a chick that gave it to you, I really
Yeah,
don't.
it was a chick. You're right. Because I also had the stones that fucking would teleport us from. I want to say the same guy. I had it in my notes.
So Laura's like, you know a guy that knows this person? Is that what you're saying?
Been a little while, okay?
Fair enough. No, I mean I feel you. I just really don't remember either. Android looks at Solar and he's like, "Are you gonna trip out if I read a book?"
He looks at you and
On
says,
that joke right there.
he looks over at the books and he's like, I mean, yeah, go ahead, I guess.
I'm gonna read a book. Do the Packers win the Super Bowl this year?
So you walk over to the books, and on the books, there's a lot of like different like names of things like that you know. It's all pretty unrecognizable. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but you do see one that that does catch your eye, and it says folklore and other folklore of Loxos and other mystical tales.
Cool. I guess that's the one I'm gonna pick up and start perusing through.
Yeah. I rolled for that, by the way.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I rolled for that. I was like, we're going to determine on what kind of book he finds right now. And it would just so happen that the odds are not in my favor right now. Yeah, so you take that book and you go and you sit down and you begin to flip through it and you look at the opening index, and the index says folklore of the folklore of new, and it says it right there, new sword and old white sword. And that's, one section, one whole section. That's from like page 1 to page 50, You see another one that says Union, the United Kingdom of Union, and other historical tales. And that's the next section. And it takes you from, page 51 all the way to like page 100. And then you see a section, that says Tales of the Old Gods, History of the New Gods, and so on and so forth. And you're just coming across real things that seem familiar, but different.
Right.
Yeah. What is it? But something that really sticks out to you is one that says the tribes of Elrin, the tribes of the continent Elrin and its gods.
Oh, is that right?
And you've never,
Yeah, I don't know that one.
history of the seas, the Seakin, and the forgotten continent of kinship.
And that's a part of the Ilrin thing?
No, that's a whole other section on its own.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
What the shit?
Mythology of Deus and Theus. The twin continents.
Oh, I think this is gonna make Android's throat a little dry,
Yeah.
Like, as he's reading this, it's gonna make his throat a little dry, and he's gonna close the book and put it back on the shelf, and he's gonna be like, I shouldn't be reading this.
Yeah. There was other
He's gonna look
sections
at
too.
Solar, and he's gonna be like, I'm gonna have to, if I read about this, I know I'm gonna be compelled to go to some of these places, and I don't think that's a good idea.
There was a
Probably
section
good.
that said Peng Shun and other adventures. Yeah. Yeah, like
Yeah.
you shut it at that point, and Solar looks at the title of the book and he goes, "Oh, not that book."
Yeah. Android's just like, yeah, no.
He's like, "Look,
No,
look, you need to read
that
a book. Go
one's
read The Lusty Wench." All right, that one right there.
But that one doesn't have good content.
Yeah, well, he
Not
goes.
compelling.
He goes, "Yeah, well, I mean, it was popular for a time amongst a certain kind of population. They read it and they." He goes, "You know what? Don't read that book either. It'll just make you think that it'll just make you think that abuse equals love, and that's not correct."
True.
He goes, it's a silly book. It makes you believe that it's only okay to abuse the ones that you're with if you have millions of dollars to do so."
Nice. Shots fired.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, yeah. Yes, there are. Yes, they are. Yeah.
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 But yeah, Android's like, just like, yeah, no. I changed my mind. I
It's
was
like,
curious, but
read the Roulette of Emperors. He's like, you know what? Better yet, don't read that either. He's like, besides, it's never gonna get finished. You'll read the last book and realize that there's still more books to be written about it, and it's never gonna get finished. He kind of just, and you realize
More
how does Solar know this? Like, it dawns on you. Wait a minute, Solar is actually telling me about these books.
Yeah, he's timeless.
Solar just looks over at you, Quill, and he's like, Did you figure it out yet?
Yeah, any progress?
Yeah, what's our ETA on figuring that out? Just out of curiosity. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
We were either. It had to be when we were in the wilds or the nation of Blackfly. I just can't place when. These are the only places I could think where I would have picked up some of this stuff. And he digs through his bag a little. And he's like,
What is at this time? Oh, what? I'm sorry. I keep thinking.
He's like, I just can't. He's like, I just can't place it. He's like, I don't believe we were in Luthik yet, but I know it was around that time frame ish.
So I was like,
I'm going through lore like a motherfucker right now. If I could find it.
What is just out of curiosity, Zoltan, Otis, and Agaragus, what are you guys doing around this time? Like, what are you guys up to?
Otis actually needs to speak with Cassius.
Okay.
You gonna walk up to him like, yo, we actually need to talk.
Cassius looks down at him. And he's like, sure. What is it?
How come you failed to mention that I can only summon one of you at a time?
He goes, did I?
Hey, you didn't tell me that. You know, I remember when I tried summoning Bleaker while I was riding you in battle, and then you just disappeared?
He goes, oh, yeah. And then he kind of chuckles. He's like, I forgot all about that.
Oh, no, did you now?
He goes, well, I'm truly sorry, Otis. It was just a misstep on my part. He goes, you can only summon one of us at a time.
Okay, thanks. I now know this. How long can you stay out of the medallion, though? That is something that you mentioned before, that you couldn't stay long. How long can you be out?
He goes, well, it's kind of hard to quantify, especially
Can you just give me,
considering.
like, a ballpark number, like what's a safe answer?
He kind of looks around. He goes, well, it's hard to say right now for sure, because I'm not even sure. Even if you were trying to desummon me to the medallion, I would go back. I would even be able to go back.
Do you want to try and see?
He looks at you and goes, not really.
Okay.
He goes, but, on a regular basis, I don't know, probably like a 24-hour period. We could probably push it for like a full day or so.
Okay, I can work with that. Is there anything else that I should know about this?
About what?
The medallions. Like, is there any kind of information that I need to know?
He goes, well, we go to the Beastlands when we're not summoned. Well, Blinker and Shocker do. I go back to my home on Mount Celestia. He goes, so there's that, but we're not in any danger. Not anymore.
Okay.
Not anymore. I mean, once upon a time,
Anymore?
Well, you remember Blinker was actually hunted when you found him, I believe. He was being hunted, yeah. But we're all under the protection now, so we're
Okay.
good.
That was going to be my next question.
Says, yeah, then we're all good. Blinker is running wild in Yggdrasil, and me, I chill on Mount Celestia, and I'm not sure where Shocker goes, but I mean Shocker.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you.
I don't even remember how Shocker came to be. He was just kind of there.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how. That's the one that I don't really know. I wasn't around when you found them. I just remember that one day Shocker was there, and Shocker just kind of hangs out. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what they do, but they do it, and they're protected. So,
All right.
but I know we go to they go to the realm of the Beastlands, and yeah, I'm not entirely sure that you could call either of them right now if you wanted to.
Okay. Do you think there'd ever be a point in time where I could summon more than you at once?
Those, probably not. I don't know for sure, but probably not. We're kind of tied to that book now. It's kind of the thing. It's kind of an agreement that was made. You know who wrote that book, right?
Does Otis? I don't remember.
You could try and roll a knowledge of Arcana or a knowledge of religion. Either or would work. So you kind of look the book over and you're kind of looking for any kind of signifier on it, but you don't really see anything that indicates to you, doesn't really jump out at you to tell you.
Unfortunately, I don't.
He goes, well, that's one of Bacab's specials.
Who?
15. Yeah, that's not bad. When he says the name Bacab, it rings a bell to you. Then you know Bacab to be the god of magic. But he's also known as Bacab the Uncaring.
Oh, Bacab, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's the most you know about him, the most anybody really knows about him is that he's like the god of magic. He's worshipped primarily in the Great Desert, the continent of the Great Desert, or Al-Zahar, as it's also known. You know, he's worshipped there primarily, but he's known as the Uncaring God. And the story goes is that, like, the reason why he's called the Uncaring God is because you can pray to him for blessings and this and that, but he's not really known for doing any of that. It's like he's called the Uncaring God because it's almost like the only thing he cares about is magic, and the furthering of it. But for whatever reason, there have been wizards and sorcerers in particular known to worship him and swear up and down that it's Bacab that brought magic into the world in the first place, gave it to mankind. Which is kind of neither here nor there for a cleric, since your magic doesn't come from, study or anything like that. It's granted to you by, Obat High. But yeah, that's what's known of Bacab, and Cash is telling you, yeah, that's a book Bacab supposedly wrote. It's supposed to be able to identify any beast. And you weren't really supposed to have it, but it was given to you anyways. And when Bacab found out that a halfling of all things had his book, he wasn't too happy about it. So, kind of as a trade, it was agreed that we'd kind of maintain the book's energy, as it were.
Oh.
And so we just kind of shepherd it in a sorts. I really don't understand how it all works, if I'm being real with you, but it doesn't affect us at all. We're just at least two of the three of us have to be there, connected to the book at all times. Don't ask me what will happen if we're not. It's just,
well, I'm going to assume it's probably not good.
He goes, well, I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm saying, don't ask me, because I don't know. Like, I couldn't tell you.
I mean, I kind of figured that's why I said it's probably not good.
He goes, yeah. He goes, I suppose you might find a way around it if you can find a way to get Bacab to grant you an audience. Perhaps you could beseech him on the behalf, on your behalf. Maybe he'll fix it. Couldn't tell you. But you'd have to find a way to get Bacab to grant you an audience. And I'm telling you what, you're going to have an easier time taking a lump of coal and squeezing it between an ogre's butt cheeks till you get a diamond than you are going to get Bacab to pay attention to you. Not saying it's impossible, just saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would, but that sounds like too much work.
He says you never know. It's like Bacab, like any other.
Maybe if the opportunity comes up, I'll give it a shot. But until then,
Bacab's like any other god. Regardless of if he's uncaring or not, there's something that's got to interest him. So, who knows? Who knows? What about Zoltan and Agaragis? What are they doing?
Oh, I'm just looking around the house.
You're just rummaging through the house?
Yep.
Like, are you going upstairs, downstairs? Like, give me an
Oh, yeah.
idea of what it is you're...
I'm going through everything.
Alright, well,
I'm curious about this house.
we can do this one of two ways. You can go for the gold and roll a search, or you can just find what you find.
We're not searching much.
Alright, so you're just kind of looking around and you're rooting through everything. You go upstairs and you start looking around, and you go into one of the bedrooms, and inside the first bedroom you go inside, right? You don't find anything of like, let me tell you, your search failed, but you still succeed in finding what you were going to find, right? Inside this bedroom, you see a bed, a window, you know, a closet, you know, everything that should be in a room, except there's a nightside stand table on one side of the bed with a drawer and what looks like a lamp, but the lamp is like strange. It's like standing up on a pedestal, and it's got like a cover over the top of it, and you're just kind of, and out of it there seems to be a cord going down leading into the wall. And then right next to you, mounted on the wall, is a rectangular, squarish, flat structure. It looks like a table is mounted to this wall, but it's all black with like but in the center of it, it looks like it's all made out of some kind of smooth material, except the center of it that you touch, it feels a little bit more squishy. Like it's a substance you've never felt before. And on that nightside stand table, you see a little device just sitting there that looks like it's got buttons all over it. It's a little square little handheld device that's just got buttons all over it, you know. It's got one red button on it and then a bunch of little buttons that are all numbered.
I'm picking it up and bringing it to the group and say I'm cooler than y'all now.
Solar looks at that and he goes, "Oh no," and slaps it out of your hand.
You're cooler than us. You don't even know what that does.
You're right, I know.
Solar's like, don't.
Neither do I, but
He says, for all intents and purposes right now, how about we all just use this place to sleep, and we can eat and use the things that we need to eat and this and that, but any strange artifacts like this, or should you find these square tables mounted to walls, don't mess with them. Just leave those alone. Okay? They're not for you.
I shall pick it up and go return to its room.
you're upsetting Solar.
Yeah. Solar like actually follows you and he goes, "Boy, don't make me hurt you. All right?" He like swoops down and snatches it up out of your hand and just drops it on the bed. And he goes, "Just leave these things alone. These are intricate devices that aren't meant for you." He goes, there are things that are known and things unknown, Zoltan. And in between there are doors. And then he points at the thing on the wall and he goes, "And that's a door you don't want to open. I promise you." He's like, "Now shoot, get out of this room. Unless you're going to sleep, get out."
With that, I'm going back to looking around the house.
Solar proceeds to like fly up and fly into each, like he flies into that one and just completely busts it, and it drops to the ground. Then he flies into the next room and busts that one, and it drops to the ground. And he proceeds to go to each room before you could get there and just break every single one of these things hanging on the wall. Like,
with them breaking it, am I able to see like what it's made of?
it looks like he's breaking glass, like it cracks and breaks, but it's like almost obsidian, but it doesn't feel like obsidian. It feels like it's made out of like a substance, some kind of material you've never encountered before.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's going through, you realize that these things have cords coming out of them too that plug into the wall, to the walls, which is just weird. And he's like snapping each plug-in even with his beak, like just severing the cords with his beak. He's like, this is no good. He comes flying back down and he's like, this is really increasing my stress level.
Okay, nobody touch anything. We're upsetting Solar.
What is Agaragis doing?
Can he still connect to a dog?
No.
I know that I'm far. No, he can't try to.
I mean, you can try to. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
Okay, yeah. Even if he's got to like feed it for a while, if he'd like to try.
All right, so you're just like planting into the ground, trying to connect to Dodd. But the second you plant into the ground, you can't even feel the underworld anymore.
Ooh.
A very scary thing happens. You feel completely alone. It's like a hole has opened up in your chest. And something is missing now. Something that was taken from you that you don't even know how to get back because you don't know what it is. You are alone. You can't even feel your own kind. You don't feel their vibrations, nothing. It's as if they never were. Man, this was an odd time for this to happen.
No.
F in the chat.
Yeah, I kind of had this planned a while back, but I kind of forgot that Uquill had that key.
Bro, yeah, I sat on things for a long time.
This was going to pertain to something else a while back, and it wasn't supposed to get this far. But if I'm being honest, you guys kind of bypassed the thing that would have prevented a lot of this, because I kind of, and here we are. So we're just kind of dealing with it now.
Right.
I'm just letting you all know I'm flying by the seat of my pants right now.
Fair. We like to do this to you.
Fair enough.
To be fair. I will say this.
You golden.
I'm digging through our D&D chat, trying to figure. I know the time frame of when this happened. So for anybody listening, the reason why we're hung up on when this happened, this event took place roughly 2 years ago. That he's asking you, Will, and me as the player, if he remembers. 2 years real time.
I don't even think we were recording the sessions at this time.
No,
I don't think there's even
not.
a recording
This
of
is-
this.
This is what. Yeah, this is right whenever we were starting on Zoltan's character, getting him in. That's roughly where I'm at, because we had Ek, Tak, and then we were just introducing Elsa as well.
No, we didn't have Ek or Tak at this point. Oh, we did have Elsa, but Tak had left a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going through the flood of where they're all together and trying to find out where exactly in the world we were. You got to remember,
We had Ek, Yarman, Elsa. We didn't have Agaragis yet, and Zoltan was just right around the corner, but he wasn't here quite yet.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's why it's so difficult for me to find, because in our Discord where we put a lot of our information, he gives us the information, i.e., like telling us this is what you see, and then we see the picture. But like in the Discord, it doesn't actually say what it is. He's describing the event, and it's just like our visual knowledge, right? So
You wanna hear a secret that I harbor?
mm,
If you open that image in browser, it'll tell you what he's named the image file.
oh yeah, I know. Bro, I'm in October.
That is why most of these images now, if I don't want you to know what the file is, I put a question mark on the picture.
Yeah.
I duplicate the pictures so I can remember what
what
it actually is, and then I make an extra one with a question mark, and that's the one I send you.
This is how far back I've had to go. And mind you, our Discord chat for our main quest is hyper stupid active with dumb shit.
I learned to do that. I learned to do that when I sent you guys a picture of the stranger, and Otis wrote me one night going, "I know who the stranger is," and I was like, "How'd you figure it out?" And he goes, "Through the browser."
Yeah, I was the one who caught it.
Yeah, he knew who.
Move to,
Yeah, he knew who it was the whole time.
Yeah, I'm currently in July of 2022, and I still haven't made it. I know roughly where the group was at that point, and this is roughly where we were.
You're close. You're like onto something. There was something you were talking about that you were onto. You just got some things a little mixed up, is all it is.
Yeah. It's over 2 years ago. My brain has not had enough sleep since then.
Yeah, and this is something that I wouldn't have even thought to, like, honestly, like, the idea of even taking notes, because I thought this was going to be resolved 2 years ago, and now it's not, and there's nothing I can do about it other than what I'm having Solar and Cassius do right now to kind of mitigate this, because they would know. I'm going to put it to you like that. They would know. They know. I don't feel like I'm metagaming here when I tell you that you guys are, by this point in time, you guys are aware that Cassius and Solar know a lot more than they're telling you for reasons about this place. And yeah, that's all I can really say about that.
Yeah, it was before this, because here's the fucking pictures of the fucking Return of the Elder.
Mm-hmm. So Agaragis, now that you've experienced that, what do you do, just out of curiosity? Now that you've felt this emptiness for the first time.
Did he try to like meditate on it, almost like in a frightened way?
Yeah.
Like independent, I guess.
Yeah, just trying to do it on your own now.
Yeah.
Without any kind of guidance.
Yeah.
Roll me a d4. Just a single d4. /r space 1d4. Oh my god, Agaragis.
I know.
You straight up hit the maximum that you could have hit. I was like, I'm going to make it the max amount. That way this won't be so bad, but I'm going to leave this option there because I feel like, considering what you're meditating on and who you would kind of be calling out to in your fear, and you know who it is you would be kind of calling out to in your fear, correct? She doesn't answer at all.
Oh.
It's like she's not even there.
Bring.
However, that means that doesn't, because you rolled this 4, that doesn't mean that you don't get an answer. Right?
Oh, spooky.
You get an answer.
Oh, that's so scary.
And it's not her voice though. It's another voice. It sounds slightly familiar to you, almost like you've heard it before, but you're not entirely sure. You know, there's something different about it. Something a little bit more sinister. And it just kind of, it's not menacing at all. In fact, it's kind of kind. It's almost like you feel this metaphysical hand reach out and just pat you on your mushroom top, on your cap. And it says, poor Garrigus. All alone and you don't even know what to do. What shall we do with you now? You find yourself a stranger in a strange land, in a strange time.
And Agaricus like retracts his entire like web away from whatever the fuck that was.
You sure can. You begin to like come out of the planting. Basically, the only way to get out of this is to take yourself out of that completely. You know what I mean? So you begin to unroot yourself as it shrinks away, and you hear the voice say, "Oh, don't run. Don't run. I'm here to help you." He goes, "After all, that is what my job is. I am here to help. And you definitely need it, do you not? But if you leave now, I won't be able to help you, Agaricus. And believe me, you need help from those like me and my ilk. You're looking for her, but you won't find her. Not here. Not anymore. These are my crossroads, and I am he who watches them now. Stay with me for just a little while and talk."
Agaricus retracts all but like one vein of his like little fucking
Yeah, just
just
in case, huh?
Yeah, and he's like kind of hearing him out, you know, he's trying to.
He says,
But
one thread you've left me. I suppose that's fair. I myself would be scared if I were you as well. But you must know I'm not going to hurt you. In fact, I'm enchanted that you're here. It has been certainly an age since I've seen you and the others. He says, I was quite crazy, completely out of my mind in those days, but I'm back now and I am healthier than ever. He goes, I see, and I can make you see, should you wish.
You elaborate.
He says, I see I've got your attention now.
Oh no.
He says, well, come with me then. And with that, he goes, will you take my hand? And you don't actually see a hand in front of you within the meditation, but you just feel it there, beckoning you. Like within your mind, you know that you can make the decision to take his hand, and it will work.
And like even a single thread from my vein extend out and wrap around his hand, and so slightly, but in such a way where it's like I can cut this off and kill this whole vein quicker than anything. Please.
So you do. You reach out with your will and you take his hand.
Oh.
And when you do that, that one singular vein multiplies and you fill all the veins once again, more than you've ever had before. It is like you are sucked into the planet of Loxos in of itself. You are becoming one with it. You feel your roots grow deep and dark into the core as your eyes open and you feel like a rush. And you find yourself in this place and you are there now. And you're standing there and it's like you're looking down upon the mountainside and you can see all the kingdoms and all the rulers of the world. And none of these kingdoms, none of these rulers look familiar. They all march to and fro wearing uniforms that you've never seen before, with weaponry that is unheard of. Driving vehicles, yes, driving vehicles. There's no longer horse and mount. No, they are inside structures that move on wheels like wagons that don't need horse nor ox to propel them as they ride around in them, and followed by giant armored vehicles that just roll along slowly, clack, 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 with giant-sized noses. It looks like they have noses, just these large spouts just shooting from their face. And they zoom around and look. Above your head, you see dragons made out of metal flying by, just making loud noises.
Oh, word.
And you watch as things blow up and men fight by shooting fire from their weapons now. Men. Just men.
Like human men?
Like human men.
That's it?
That's all you see at first.
Ew.
Then you see elves. Just elves doing the same thing. Orcs. Just orcs doing the same thing. Dwarves. Just dwarves doing the same thing. Then you see other things. Curious things. A land of women. Just women. Tall, elegant, beautiful, with wings coming off their backs that are translucent. And these women control an entire empire of women of their kind. And just when you think your head is about to pop from all this, all of a sudden it's all drawn back. And you hear the voice say, "Now that's too much. Too much. Don't want to overburden you with the details now." He says, "One like you, who could plan ahead for such events." Oh, Agaragus, they could rule if they choose. You have no eyes upon your surface, and yet you've seen more than any of your kind. And though you have no eyes, you still see while others are blind all around you. And in the land of the blind, the one, even with one eye, rules all. Says, "Will you take my trinket?" And he holds out a coin, a gold coin. He says, "To remember me by? And should you need me, flick it, and I will come a-running."
The characters extends like, can I use the mycelium almost like a tentacle?
You can play this out however you want.
Alright, that's what he do. It like goes through the ground up and then comes out and grabs it and brings
So,
it back to him.
As you go to grab it, he stops you and goes, "Oh wait, no, that's wrong." And he opens it up. He unsheaths the gold coin. And he goes, "Oh, that's a piece of chocolate." And he eats it and crumbles it up and crushes it and tosses it to the side and pulls out another gold coin and says, "That's the right one." He says, "Silly me, I keep handing out these chocolate coins. Force of old habits, I guess, when I was different."
Alright.
Agaricus asks what makes him so different now.
He says, "I'm he who watches the crossroads." And after you take the coin, you just feel that that's the last thing he says to you, and you come out of it. You are completely unrooted, and you're just present in the moment. And it feels like no time has passed at all. But you look in your hand, and you find a gold coin.
Agaricus just kind of like shoves the coin into his mouth like a coin slot.
Yeah, just absorbs it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is everybody else doing at this time? Like, Agaricus is over there tripping acid. What are you guys all doing at this point right now?
People still trying to figure out when he gets.
Yeah.
I think I know vaguely. I've found a town crier in the time frame I'm looking for. Problem is that I don't know where it's from. But it has Drakenmagus on it, if that means anything.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
In White Sword, I'm assuming. So we would have had to have been in White Sword.
Can Zoltan listen for his hourglass?
Yeah, he sure can. So you listen to see if you can hear your hourglass, because everything is strange, right? And you hear it. It goes doop 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 doop. Every grain of sand that moves through the hourglass goes doop 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 doop. And the strangest thing of all is that it feels stronger than it's ever felt in your body right now. It's just humming. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. It's having an extreme reaction to this place.
I asked Solar if I could take a step outside.
Solar.
I'm not gonna wander far. I will go outside and look at something.
Solar goes, what? He goes, all right, look, I cannot stop you all. I'm not allowed to. He goes, just do not leave the cabin's premises. If you see anybody out there, come back inside as quickly as you possibly can.
Aye, Captain.
People looks at Android and he's like, White Sword, maybe?
Perhaps. I really don't remember.
I'm not laughing because of the suggestion. I'm just laughing at Android's answer. Like, perhaps.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I really don't remember.
I can't for the life of me neither.
Go ahead and you Quill. Do you have a knowledge of history?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll your knowledge of history. See if you can't discern your own history.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It's fair enough, right? Everybody has a history. Even the ant.
God, for once, a decent roll.
What did you roll?
15 plus 3 is 10.
So 25?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Fucking cocked.
Have you ever heard of NFTs? You're stupid.
that was when she was coming out of her like pocket dimension, you know, and she's like, oh, came up to Android. That was like her little joke. Like that's what a Garifus would be saying. Have you ever heard of NFTs?
That's funny. All right, so you're getting so frustrated. You're like racking your brain on this. You're like, I need to remember this. And then you get to thinking about it and you're like, it was a she. She gave me the portholes. You know? And then you get to thinking about it and you're like, no, stupid. If she gave me portholes to travel from her shop home back to the manor, why would I need to travel when I could just walk there in less time than it takes to set these portholes up? I would have had to been farther away, and you're just thinking about it and you're like, further away because I was in a forest. I was in the nation of High Garden. Or High Forest. We were in High Garden. And you get to thinking about it and you're like, that's right. Because she gave me the portholes so I could use the porthole to set up at the manor, because I took her assistant with me and he was working with Ek as an alchemist. You don't really remember her name, but you're like, that dude would though. Because they were, you know, intimate.
Oh.
You're like, now what was that guy's name?
Yes.
You're like, you know what? Doesn't matter what his name is. His name could be Susan for all I care. I know where to find him. So you know who you can talk to get you the answer. And you know, well, Android's got the clamshell. He can call Sebastian, and Sebastian can get that stupid dude on the line.
Yeah, he's just like, we were in fucking High Force. He's like, you remember the portholes? He's like, where the fuck did I leave those? You remember I left them everywhere so we could go place to place? I was like, you should have one at the manor. It just pauses. Huh. This whole not drinking thing makes things come back slower.
Yeah, it'll take you right back to her shop even. It's got a hole to her shop. You have a direct line to this woman's shop. You've had it this whole time. You're like, huh, yeah, this drinking thing is it's really effing me up.
Was that when we were going to try to find Willow McButton Willows? Or was that a different time?
That was when you were going to try and find Willow McButton Willows.
Oh, okay. And is that the guy you're talking about?
Before we
talking about that, like you couldn't remember the name of just now. I know that's not the chick you're trying to remember the name of, but is that the dude that knows the chick's name?
I don't believe
Or did the chick send us to find? Well, it doesn't matter. I remember.
I think there's a light correlation, but yeah.
With the disease Otis was looking into. But that's when we got sidetracked with the whole Pale Knight thing. Who, I suspect, has set up a freaking guild back in... You know what? We really need to get back home.
You say that about Willow McButton Willows, and that name, Otis, rings a bell to you.
Oh, yeah.
Willow McButton Willows, and you're like, the disease, that's right. Duncan Pengrass. He was wanting me to get that, like, it all just comes flooding back to you. You're like, there's a disease I have to stop.
Yeah, we were
God, everybody
following
might
up
be
on
dead.
that somewhat for you and got super sidetracked, and we are still trying to come back from it.
Oh God.
Cassius is just looking down at you, Otis, like, a disease? You mean the disease?
Well, when you say it like that, probably.
What do you mean the disease?
He goes, well, I just remember how concerned you were with that.
Yes, the disease.
He goes, that's still a thing?
I don't know. I hope not. I hope he might have.
He goes, then why are we all the way over here?
Dude, you seem to forget. I just came back from hell. I don't know.
Oh, on that note though, since he like has fucked with stuff like that, Yuko's like, hey, I picked up some stuff a while back that has unique properties, to say the least. Let's just say I'm not supposed to have it. Could you perhaps maybe reverse engineer how they're made? Looking at Otis. He's still digging through his bag. He's going through his drugs.
I can try.
He's like, I don't want to use them for their... He looks at one of them. He's like, maybe that one. He's like, some of these, though, I think could be more useful. What's the term? I could find a more destructive use than the applied use. And he just kind of grins.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
He gives him one of the strong arm capsules. He's like, start with this one.
Otis, do you have any ranks or anything in alchemy?
Don't think so.
I don't think you're going to be able to decipher it then.
Yeah.
But, you know, that doesn't mean you don't have to take it. I'm just letting you know right away that, you know what I'm
Oh, I
saying?
still want to try.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I want to try.
Oh, no. Shit's about to get blown up.
Probably.
No, not that one. It's going to be real interesting if he fucks it up, though.
What, describe for me what that capsule does again. Do you have it written down?
The strong arm one, if I'm not mistaken, you said it acts like a steroid. It gives you so much strength, I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a it's a steroid. That's right.
You got to remember, I picked up the Thunderstones because I got the Thunderstones from her. I got the smoke sticks, and I was like, well, what other stuff? She's like, what? She's like, I got these contraband items. So I took the strong arm, the quick spark, all the raids, and a kamikaze off of her.
Yeah.
But I gave him the strong arm because I got all of her strong arm supply, but she only had one of all the raids and kamikaze, and I have those like hidden.
Yeah, if you have any information written down about those other ones, you may have to tell me again just to kind of jog my memory. But as you jog my memory, it's like when you said that about it being a steroid, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember it now. It's that. Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
When
Because I told you I was going to take them. I just wanted them as toys.
Mm-hmm.
The only ones that I remember was the strong arm because you told me about that one. I remember you remember something about all the rage. You said it's kind of like going into a rage, but you had the details or whatever.
Oh.
And the kamikaze one, I can't remember what you said, but you said it was like he's like,
is it a hallucinogen? It's an hallucinogen, isn't it?
I can't remember exactly what you said. I just bought them. I was like,
I remember all the rage now. I remember what that does too. It's kind of
Yeah.
similar to the strong arm, just slightly different.
Yeah, and I remember you saying the kamikaze one, like she described it as it's both good and bad, and that's all she said. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like, cool.
Yeah. I kind of remember what that. Yeah.
And the quick spark slab, I fucking can't remember for the life of me what that.
I remember what the quick spark does. 2 of those are just straight up narcotics, and they're all narcotics, but 2 of them actually have status effects, and the other 2 have status effects, but they're just different.
Yeah.
You'd have to F with them, but I remember what they do. I remember what they. Yeah.
Like I said, it was one of the few times where like you offered me things, and I'm like, no, I want it. I don't care what it is. I want it because it's. I go to stores every time we go somewhere. Equals always went to a store and like asked for everything they have, just to see what he could find. He found shit that day, so he bought it.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't know what I'm gonna need it for. It's just been sitting in his bag. Fucking ever. I've thought about using them more than once. I used one of the smoke sticks one time.
There is a heal. Yes. I guess the closest thing Otis could roll to kind of try and decipher that is a heal, because that's kind of like a medicine, like a medical type roll. And I know Otis has heal because he's a cleric.
Oh yeah, dude. Also, when Yukul hands Otis the capsule, he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, do you still have the Eye of Groomsh?" I think you just really want to ask that.
That was him laughing in the background because he didn't want to just blast our eardrums with a laugh.
No, I got up to grab a drink real quick while I was saying that, and I could hear him.
Yeah, do you still have the Eye of Groomsh? I'd really like that back.
He looks at Android. I give Android everything. Yuquil, you gotta remember, Yuquil keeps very little on him, on his body these days. He just gives it to fucking Android for the
Yeah, but the last memory Otis has is that you having it. He didn't know that Android now has it.
Yeah, just look at Android, and I was like, do you still got it?
Let's see about that.
So, Android, you put your hand in the bag of holding, and yeah, with the intent of taking out the eye of Groomsh, and you pull out a napkin. Well, it's not a napkin, it's more like a cloth handkerchief, you know, it's all white and stained with like yellow, like looks like snot, but it's also black, like it's been blown up or something, you know. And inside this handkerchief, this white dirty handkerchief, is a glass eye that for the first time in your guys' life of ever looking at this thing seems to be glowing in the very center of it with like an inner fire that's just burning. A white
may I please have that?
fire.
Yeah, here you go.
Solar goes, it is a really opportune time for you guys to be trading off God hands, considering where we are. Speaking of which, speaking of which, as he's lecturing you guys about this, Zoltan, where do you go outside? By the way, you stepped outside, and where do you head?
So I'm assuming this cabin it has like a deck and stuff and all that and staircase. I'm going outside off the deck and just touching nature at this moment.
So you
take a poop.
Yeah. So you step out onto the deck and you go walking down the cabin steps and you realize that, oh man, there's got to be a stairway somewhere inside that cabin that takes us down. It takes us deeper into this place because it looks like there's a whole nother floor below us in here somewhere. And that dawns on you, but you're just like, okay, and you're out in the snow now, the winter snow, the white moon snow as you're touching the snow and you're feeling the grass, you know, you're touching grass beneath your hands and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. And you feel for the nature that you're connected to, and you can feel it, you know, that remains intact. The deep places are still in existence here, you know, you can feel them, and you're still connected to them.
By chance, does my hourglass get any louder as I'm walking outside?
Not really. It's just still doing what it's doing. Just do. It's not overpowering. You can really only hear it if you listen for it. You know, if you feel for it. You know? And when you go feeling for it, you know, you can feel it emanating through your body. But if you can choose to turn it into just like a dull roar in the back of your mind, and it's not, you know, much of an issue.
Okay. With that, I'm gonna go back inside and go look for a way down.
Okay. So it, you know, you've established that you feel nature still, that, you know, your powers are still intact, you know. In fact, they feel extremely intact. One thing you do notice is that it almost feels like it's hungry. Like the nature you're calling out to, it's almost like it's hungry. You liken it to, say, a person that perhaps has been in a room for too long that's had no one to talk to. And now it's found somebody to talk to again. And it's like just unloading on you. Hi, where have you been? Hi, how's it going? You know what I mean? It feels almost like too much. You know, before, you know, it was nothing to draw upon the powers of nature because it was spreading itself out to everybody drawing upon it. But it feels like now you might be the only one calling upon its gifts. And it's hungry to deliver. Neglected, even.
Nice.
It's a woman.
Oh, you guys have no idea. Yeah. This is too much for me.
Oh, I mean, this is classic fashion for us, you know.
Yeah. Here we are. Solar said we're kind of in a precarious spot. Let's poke it. Let's poke it with a stick.
I'm gonna poke the fuck out of it.
So Zoltan comes in now, and he's just looking around, and now he's like looking in closets and opening up doors and just looking around. And Solar's just kind of eyeballing him like, I might have to kill him.
Can I notice Solar staring at me? Do I ever notice that?
I mean, do you care? That's really up to you.
I'm gonna tell him that I'm not gonna take anything. It looks like there's a downstairs, and I'm curious. That, and I won't touch square deals anymore, whatever they're called. The square tables.
You know what?
Go ahead and roll a search, Zoltan. Go ahead and roll me a search. There's just something I have to do. I have to do it. I really shouldn't be, but I mean, I'm gonna be fair to the campaign. 15.
I mean, Zoltan. We brought Zoltan to
We
it.
found the garage.
I mean, you don't. Yeah, I mean, you don't find. Fair enough. You don't quite find the thing that I thought you might, but you do open up a door and you do see a staircase leading down into what looks like a dungeon, but the dungeon doesn't look menacing at all. It looks kind of cozy down there, actually.
The man cave?
I love the like silent disappointment.
I mean, I don't know how to respond to that. You know, like you see that there's a downstairs and it doesn't look like it looks like what would lead to a dungeon, but it doesn't look like a dungeon. You know, it's not all musty and dark down there or anything. There's lights on down there. I mean, it's all it all
Like a
looks like
finished basement.
yeah, it looks like a finished basement. I mean, it all looks like it's made out of stone, but it's a strange looking stone. It's smooth, it's worked. It looks gravelly even, and it's just odd because you're not used to stone looking like that. Even finished work stone where you're from still looks like stone, and this looks like solid mud that's turned to stone. It's weird. And it's all painted gray.
I'm gonna ask Solar if he wants to accompany me while I explore downstairs so I don't touch anything.
Solar looks at both Uquill and Android and he goes, find the woman and get in touch with her and find out exactly what the heck is going on. I'm going to go with him and make sure he doesn't break the continuum. And he...
You pull thumbs ups, but as he does, he's pulling out his Pantheon.
Nice.
All the whispering around, he's like, huh, I wonder.
You pull out the Pantheon and you almost drop it because it's grown in size.
He looks at it and he looks at
It's
Android.
become thicker. It's like almost like, you know, like Uquill's got big meaty hands, so it's not like it doesn't fit in his hand, but it's like he wasn't expecting such a large book all of a sudden and he almost drops it. It's almost the size of a dictionary.
Yeah, he just kind of eyes Android and he's like, YOLO?
Should I cross-reference my own? You think?
It couldn't hurt? Question mark?
Yeah, I guess Android pulls out his.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Huh.
You realize that the Pantheon that you once had only 10 chapters in it. Right? It has grown to a staggering 50 chapters.
Yuko looks at Otis and he's like, it was Otis, right, that broke the fourth wall with him?
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks at Otis and he's like, let's hope this doesn't lead to that day again. He opens the Pantheon.
Wait, what did I break the fourth wall?
You well, remember when you guys were in Eden, when you guys disappeared for those 5 years and you guys were in the library of Eden? That was when you guys talked to Ao, the primordial god, the creator. But before you talked to him, you found that room that was triangle shaped with only 3 sides. And in the center of it, there was a wall, a fourth wall, that when you touched it, it broke like glass. And then you were like shipped to like a dark area and you could see yourself through the screen of your computer or whatever it was you were using. And it was you, your character, looking at you, the player. Do you not remember that?
I don't.
Oh, wow. Halfling, everybody. Yeah, and
I
I'm
want
gonna
to say that one, I want to say he should, because that one was one of the few times he almost broke his sanity.
Yeah, it almost broke your sanity. It almost broke your sanity. But you know what?
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm gonna say that when you said that, like, remember when we broke the fourth wall? Otis just looks at you and goes, "What fourth wall?" Like that's his response. Like he's completely forgotten the entire encounter. Like it's just
You repressed it.
Yeah.
yeah.
I was just gonna point out one of the walls, and the guy was like one of those walls.
He's a
He's like,
halfling.
if you don't remember, be happy. And he just opens the Pantheon like, you don't want to know.
The Pantheon is extremely different. It's extremely different than what you were used to. It's gone from being this like magical text that's all jumbled and blah 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 with pictures and story. It has become just script. No pictures, no magical text, nothing. It's all just script. Page after page after page is just chapter and verse.
What do you make of that?
Scratch, scratch.
But
Question.
the whole thing is revealed.
Yeah, weird.
And it's
I
it's got like an appendix at the front of it, like not even an appendices, but it's got like a statement at the front of the book. Like at the beginning when you first open it and you're flicking through it, you realize it's got some text there on like a cover page that was not there before.
I read it.
You read it?
Yeah. Same.
Says, in this time of the coming of our Lord, Lorethian, in the time where the true God overcame the false gods, and truth overtook lies. What was unknown has now been known, and nothing now shall be withheld from us. For this book is the key to salvation. May we all make it to Elysium. For Lorethian came in the name of the One, the true God, He who creates. And now we shall know the truth, thanks to the Pantheon.
Oh, what did we do by having these? Andrew just looks up at you, Quill, and he's like, what did we do by having these in the first place, man? You know?
He just shrugs and he's like, I am the last person you should ask.
Cassius just casually walks over and takes your book, Android, and then walks over to you, Quill, and takes your book and closes them, and then gently hands them back to you and says, each of you back to them, and he says, unless you want to break yourselves completely mentally, put those away.
Fair enough. Andrew just puts it back in his bag of holding.
He's like, he looks at you, Quill, and he goes, you've already broken the fourth wall once, right?
That guy showed us a lot of stuff.
He's like, yeah. And then he points down, he opens the book back up again and points down at the line at the front that says, He who creates. He says, are you really sure? Are you really sure? And he closes it again and hands it to you. He says, I just want you to think about where you're from. You have privileged knowledge of the existence of things that nobody else realizes exists. But that's where you come from. And then he turns and walks back over to you, Otis, and he just kind of sits there for a minute, and he's like, I think I'm going to have a panic attack.
Otis is just gonna pat him and just like, just breathe. It'll be alright.
Zoltan, you go down the stairs with Solar on your shoulder, and you go down in there, and you see that there are lights, bars of lights lining the ceiling that are attached to these metal hooded structures that are just holding the lights in there, and the light it's putting off feels extremely unnatural. You know, there's like a slight humming sound coming off of them, and it just feels really unnatural. It doesn't feel like sunlight. It doesn't feel like firelight. It just feels ugly, you know? And you look around the room and you see pictures on the walls that aren't framed. They look like they should be tapestries, but they look like they're made out of paper, like a real, like a strange kind of parchment, you know? It doesn't have the grainy substance of parchment paper. It's smooth and feels, even the paper here feels unnatural. And it's got weird pictures of women in metal bikinis holding instruments that kind of look like instruments Android plays, like lutes, but these lutes look like they're like attached to these like boxes that have dials on them, and looks like they got like drums on the inside of them, and it's just weird, you know? And the women on there just look utterly pissed off, like they're screaming at you through the picture as they're just jamming out on these, you know, playing what only can be like, some of them look like they're only playing what can only be like drums, but these drums are like in entire sets, and they line things, and they got what looks like cymbals on sticks. Just it's all incredibly weird to you, you know? And but down in there you see this bag, what looks like this heavy bag hanging from a ceiling. And then you look over and you see this odd structure. It looks like a board, a padded board that you would lay down on, but it's attached to this strange like arm that looks like it's got a knee, like it would kick up. But coming off that structure is another bar that looks like it's got these strange discs that slide down onto that bar. And then at the top where your head would go are two pillars that look like it has hands holding open, like held open to hold another bar. And on that bar on either side, there are strange weighted discs that slide onto either side of it as well. And you're just looking at that like, what the heck is this? And then there's a giant green table that is rectangular in shape, but it's a fat rectangle. And it's got this like green felt padding or like some kind of covering in the center of it that only runs to so far out of the center before it stops. And in all four corners there are holes, while in dead center of either side of it there are holes too. And there's these balls, these different balls of different colors just hanging out on top of this dill with like a stick that's just hanging out on top of it as well. Some of the balls are solid colors, some of them are striped, but the odd thing is one is solid white with no numbers on it, and one is solid black with an 8 on it. Solar just kind of looks around, looks at all the pictures, and he's like, atrocious. But then he looks at the one table and he goes, nice.
Can I know what that is?
You would not know what that is at all. That thing looks completely alien to you.
No, I'm asking Solar, can I know what that is?
He looks at you and he goes,
I'll keep it a secret.
I'll keep it a secret.
He's like sitting there thinking about it.
Friend.
He's sitting there thinking about it, and he goes, he kind of whispers to himself. He's like, I could do it. Could make the change. You'd have to keep the secret, though. Nobody could tell him. Play around. It's like, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's like, no, let's get out of here. There's nothing down here for you.
Oh yeah, another question. Did you ever figure out anything about the hourglass like you said you would have?
He goes, yes, and now is not the time to tell you. Let's go. Let's get out of here. He goes, I don't want you touching any of this stuff. He's like, well, Nope.
About that, though.
He goes, no, let's not touch anything until I know some things for sure, okay?
Aye, Captain.
He brings you back upstairs, and he's just looking around, and Cassius is looking at him, and he goes, what? He goes, so did we discover anything yet? I guess before they get back upstairs together, Android and Uquil, what are you guys doing? I guess before Zoltan and Solar come back up, because I feel like if he comes back up and goes, have you guys discovered anything yet? That's not really giving you enough time, right? So
Otis does need to check out the capsule still.
Yeah, did you roll your heal?
I'm doing that right now.
Okay, go ahead and roll that heal while Android and Uquil tell me what they're up to.
I guess I'm just trying not to break anything now. Maybe get a glass of water. You know, because after that, like, whole Pantheon ordeal, I'm just like, well, I'll just let everybody finish what they're doing and try not to break anything.
So you begin to try and figure out where to get a glass of water at. You're kind of looking around, and Cassius goes, what are you looking for?
I just wanted some water.
He points to the cabinet and kind of knocks on it. He goes, in the cabinet.
Thanks.
You open up the cabinet, and there's like glass in there. You know, there's just glasses, but they're made out of actual glass, and they don't look rough. They're actually like the smoothest, finest looking glasses you've ever seen before, even though by some people's standards, they would just, you know, you can buy them for $1 in some places, you know, but it's kind of a modern miracle in your eyes. And then Cash,
like plastic, and I'm like, confound it, what is this?
Yeah.
And I'm like, whatever, I'm not gonna question it, I'm just gonna get my water.
Yeah, you begin to look for like where to get the water from, and Cassius just leans over and taps the one knob that says C on it. He goes, turn that.
I'm like, there's no barrel?
He's like, just turn the knob.
Okay.
You turn the knob, and you watch as out of the spigot from just the knob turn, the water begins to come out of it just in a fine pour, just down into that little square structure, you know, and you watch as the water drains out down into the square and just disappears somewhere.
This is some very refined magic. He just shakes his head and sets the little cup under there and gets his water and turns it off.
Cassius says yes, the magic, correct. The magicians, they're called the Plumbers Union.
That's a strange name.
He goes, yeah.
That like the type of magician that they are, or what?
He goes, of a sort. He goes, trust me, that's not the strangest thing that could have happened today. Yet. So as far as your
yet.
yeah. So Otis, you take the capsule and you kind of crack her. You know what I mean? And what is it that you're trying to do? You tell me. Actually, you don't crack it. You don't. What are you trying to do with this capsule? You tell me, and I'll tell you if that roll will suffice.
Well, Hugo wanted me to reverse engineer it, so I guess I'm just gonna go to a table, open it up, pour the powder out, and just study it.
Okay. So you go sit down at a table and you crack that capsule open and you begin to like look it over, trying to discern anything of it. It's grainy and it's a fine powder, but it's not so fine that it feels like ash. You can actually like kind of touch it and feel the grains of it, almost like salt.
There's a library, right?
Yeah, there's bookshelf and stuff. Yeah.
Otis is going to look through books, find like an alchemy book, maybe.
Let me roll something here.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
He's so mad that we're ruining the future.
He just says
I'm
that
not
sound like
I'm
a
not
good time.
mad. I just really am worried about. Well, I don't know how to explain it.
The world.
I'm kind of worried for you guys a little bit. We put it to you like that.
Oh, we will TPK this if we can.
You go you go looking through the books and you don't find any like alchemy books or anything. You do find one that's called White's Anatomy, but you're not entirely sure what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, he's like, no, that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, but you do yeah. But you do find a book that does catch your eye that says, old god mythologies. Where did they go? Question mark?
Yeah, Otis is like, hey, Cassius, come here.
Cassius comes walking up and he looks and sees the book you're looking at and he's like, he just stops. You kind of hear just something catch in his throat and he's like, why do you have that?
Oh, I don't care about the book. No, you seem to know a lot about what's going on around here. Are there any books on alchemy that I'm missing on this shelf?
He goes, wouldn't it be called alchemy?
What would it be called? And should I bother continuing on looking for this book?
He looks through and he goes, it would be called medicine. He looks down and sees like White's Anatomy and he goes, that's close, but that's not quite what you're looking for. And he goes back to looking. He goes, you're talking about that deal you're messing with over there, correct?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what it is and all that. Just learn something about it. See what we can do.
He goes, you're not going to have anything here that's pharmaceutical. I don't see any pharmacy books here.
Cool. So, what do we do with this powder? I don't think I can get it back in the capsules.
He goes, well, don't do it.
Nice.
Let's snort it.
He goes, just, he just walks over to the table and brushes it off. He's like, it's fine. We're good.
Oh, it is like you did not just do that.
He goes, look, Otis, it was for your own good. I promise you. I gotta roll something real quick here.
What is this story? And save it for the
Nice.
future. Find a different book. Damn it.
He goes, trust me, it was garbage. It's not for you.
Oh my god. The one time I want to study and I'm being told no.
He goes, well, I mean, I understand that. He goes, when we get back, he can give you another capsule and you can study that with the tools that you have there to do that with.
You cool, you do have another capsule, right?
Equal's just kind of like contemplating things, and he looks over. He's like, "Huh?
Do you have another capsule?
Yeah. What'd you do with the one I gave you?"
Oh, this genius here decided to scrape it off the table and all over the place.
Son of a bitch!
Now it's about this time that Solar and Zoltan come walking up, and Solar's like, did we figure out who the girl is yet?
No, hard question.
No, we did not. We're mad at Cassius right now.
Cassius is like, look, he had a item that does things from where we come from here and I was worried about what effects it may have in a time or a place, I should say, that said things probably aren't even around.
Okay, judging off of that logic right there, wouldn't it have been safer to store said powder back into, like, I don't know, some sort of container and take it back with us instead of just thrashing it all over the place here?
Solar kind of looks at you, Otis, for a minute and kind of looks amazed, and then he looks at Cassius and goes, I think I'm going to have to agree with with Otis. I mean, you just sent it into the air? And Cassius goes, well, yeah, I mean, it's on the ground. It's just... And he goes, yeah. It came out of a capsule. It's a powder. He's like, well, yeah. And he goes, yeah. He goes, powder can get into cracks. Do you know what exists in those cracks? Because I sure don't. And it's about that time you guys hear a rumbling.
Nice.
And
I think we've overstayed our visit, guys.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too.
Let's go for the door.
you hear a
Go for
cracking
the door, yo.
in the floorboards. Just yeah, you guys are saying let's go for the door.
Yeah.
I think it's how we leave.
Is
I
everybody
grabbed the mushroom.
because the mushroom's passed out right now in a in a
Yeah, I
meditation?
grabbed the mushroom.
Yeah, you just grab them out of their stupor and just start taking them, and the floorboards just crack. But before you guys go through the door, you watch as the floor busts open, and out of it comes this massive, buff-looking spider.
Oh, hell no.
But it's large. It's large. It's like it grew, like 1,000 times its regular size. But we're not just talking like a regular spider either. Like its legs don't just look like these furry little spider legs. They look buff. Like all of a sudden it's just gained muscle out of nowhere.
God
And it's just looking around, just, as you guys are opening up the door, and it's just looking at you, And Solar goes, oh, no.
Oh, well, I guess we better not let it through the door.
He goes, yeah, let it through the door. Let it out here. Don't leave it behind. He goes, nobody there can see that thing.
Oh,
What do you mean?
they can't see. Well, I mean.
He goes, no,
sometimes
you
it's
don't
blind, I guess,
understand.
but-
Like, if they see that thing, it's going to...
Oh,
You're
Conf-
answering questions, Bird. You're answering questions when we're done killing this thing.
He goes, it would
And-
confirm... Let me put it to you like this. It would confirm suspicions about things that they think weren't, and they think ain't, but really are and have been.
Okay. So should
Bird,
we?
I had her
You're
listen
answering
to here.
questions when we get out.
He goes,
Oh,
yeah.
no, we lure it through and kill it.
He says, yeah, let it out here and let's kill it. Don't leave it back there because that thing can't survive now. If it survives, something really wonky is going to happen. And then he looks at you, Android, and looks at you, Quill, and he goes, fine. You want me to answer questions? Let me tell you something. You find the one who gave you that stinking key and figure out exactly where she got that from, because what she has given you is not right.
Huh.
He goes, that
In
was...
due time.
He
In due-
goes,
I know where
that
to go.
is no pocket dimension we're coming out of, And you guys are having this argument as you're coming out the door, and the spider's just looking at you, and it comes bursting through the door, like just breaking it open. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
it-
he tears
Never
like
does!
it's like he just knocked a chunk of reality out of the, you know what I'm saying? But it breaks, it doesn't tear, it breaks like it just broke through a wall. And it does that. And because it broke the door, that tear in
Oh,
reality,
close.
that break in reality just remains there.
Shit.
It's like there's just a cave that leads into, you know what I mean? Like you could walk completely around it and see the other
Oh.
side and be like, there's nothing
that's
there,
really
but then
not
you
good.
walk and yeah. And Solar goes, oh man.
Otis is just glaring at Cassius.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just pick up the brick and set it back.
Yes.
It's no problem.
Oh,
Cassius just looks at you, Otis, and he goes, what? This isn't my fault.
Oh, who was it that blew the powder all over the place?
He goes, oh, well, yeah, that's my fault. He's like, I
is
thought you
also
meant
your
the
fault.
whole. He's like, I thought
Oh,
you
no,
meant
no,
the whole
this-
tear in space-time continuum.
Oh, no,
I didn't do
this is your
that.
fault too. No, it's your fault. It is your fault. You are being blamed for this.
As he says space-time continuum, you just hear freaking Solar go, Cassius! What in the nine hells?
What's
You
your
can't call it
questions?
that.
Uquill pulls
that-
out his. Uquill screaming, answer your questions, goddammit, when we kill this thing. Just pulls out his sword.
All right, you guys by default will have the combined initiative to defeat this, you know, to win this thing's initiative, you know what I'm saying? So you're gonna get to go first, you know. We are going into battle. I'm going to roll something real quick to see what the spider's action will be. Oh, it's not going to even move or attack this round. So you guys got a free round for everybody to move and attack if you want. Oh, but you know what, though? Here's my thing.
you
Te-
probably don't have attack things for it, huh?
No, it's not that. I know everything it can do. I'm fully
Oh,
aware. I'm fully aware of what this thing is going to do. You know, not to scare you a little bit, but it's kind of a beast. Here's the thing, though. Agaragis is crashed out.
And it's almost midnight.
And it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
So we're going to call the session now
Oh, I could tap it.
for this fight. For this fight, we're going to call the session. We will pick up at this moment next session.
Fair enough.
You know,
We
and
finally done it, boys.
We broke the world. Hey, it's not my fault any longer.
Otis
We
finally
did
made a
big
valid
one.
point.
I'm going to say originally this was supposed to be just like a fun little thing where it was like, oh, ha, 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 you know, oh, you know, it was supposed to be kind of ambiguous. But because you did not have a certain thing around anymore that would kind of keep it ambiguous and kind of keep it lighthearted. Yeah, well, you guys were just kind of left up to your own, because it was 2 years ago. I didn't expect this to come back now. You know? So
Yeah,
now
Roger does have a good point. What?
You've given Uquill a great many of things, and there's still things he hasn't completely used either.
Good job, boys. We finally did it.
I keep shit tucked away for a long time.
that's why I gave you like 3 keys, because I expect you to tested one like there in High Forest, in High Garden.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna test one there, and I was gonna be like, oh yeah, they're near Obot High. He'll kind of mitigate this. You know what I'm saying? Even though
No,
technically
what
he's
does-
not communicating with anybody, this will draw him out because you'll be closest to his source, and he'll come out and he'll kind of mitigate it and be like, yeah, this is nice, and he'll kind of like use a little bit of tomfoolery to keep things out of your reach and out of your, you know.
Unironically, this actually is going to cause Uquill to. I'm using it as a segue to force information from him. So that works.
I mean, yeah, I just wasn't expecting this 2 years later, and you said something about that, and I went, oh no. He's using the keys now. They're in Pang Shun. There is nothing that is going to hold. Look at them. Look at what man has done. They are all one people, and they all speak one language. Now, nothing they do will be withheld from them. Come. let us create a giant steroid spider and kill TPK them.
No, not let. Cassius.
Yeah, blame. You know what? Blame yourself for making Cassius do that. That was your fault.
Excuse you?
No, I'm talking about Bob.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair, but I was but
Not to blame the party.
to be
I was
what
gonna
the
steer
party
the,
didn't
I
do
was gonna
this.
steer the party in a different fucking direction, somewhat. But Cassius had to go sweep the dope into fucking cracks of humanity.
to be fair, okay, to be fair, I'm staying true to Cassius's nature. Cassius isn't wise like Solar. You know, he may know similar things as Solar, but he's not wise like Solar. He's gonna do things kind of like Otis would. I mean, you're acting like this isn't an Otis move, okay? Like Otis is liable to do something like this. We're talking about the dude who jumped into a giant pit because he was angry at a dude. You know what I mean?
That's also why I'm saying, like, what's about to transpire from Yuquil will seem out of character for people that don't know his nature, but this is one of the few times he's been forced to sit and think about things that have happened for a while. So a lot of what he's about to pry from them is going to be interesting. And I do stress pride.
Hell yeah.
I've got 3 more, motherfucker. Test me.
Let him cook.
I know now what makes them shake. I will get my answers. Giving somebody that wants to be a demigod power is not the wisest choice.
Well, we'll find out. You know, okay, so let's close out this session then. You know, I wanna thank all you Golden Wonders out there who listened to this session, because this was a wild one that went completely off the rails in a direction I did not expect to go.
We're gonna continue to send it too.
We did not accomplish anything of the main objective that we were originally involved in. We literally have sidetracked ourselves into something else for the briefest of moments.
This is what always happens to us. We tried to take
Ladies.
a quick mental breather and we accidentally like run into something. And it's like we were just trying to breathe for 2 seconds.
I gotta quit.
And now we gotta chase this down.
I gotta quit giving you guys certain things that I think that can be turned into just like a neat little something for you to have that will be luxurious. Because you guys never take the bait when I first cast the line. You know, that's like a landmine that I set out in World War II that just blew up last week.
Well, yeah, it's like it could have been just a pocket dimension.
Well, it could have, but I wanted to do something kind of neat and different with it. And so I was like, but they'll do this.
Neat and different with it. Don't be mad about it now.
Yeah, I'm not mad. I'm just explaining that, like, I'm like, they'll have this. It'll be kind of neat and different, but they'll use it here, and so will be there, and they'll make sure that it doesn't get out of hand, and yada yada yada. And then you never even touched it. You're like, oh yeah, sure. And then you sat on it for 2 years, and I'm like, oh, I forgot about it, because like the One Ring, time makes you forget, and it fell into shadow, and now for whatever reason, Agaragis, you know, did that. This is all Agaragis' fault. If they had not gone into their pocket dimension in front of you guys would have never. Wake them up. No, I'm just kidding. Wake them up. They need to hear this from me. No, it's
they low-key broke the space-time continuum.
in all honesty, this is so much in kind of twice, actually. You have no idea what has just transpired with Agaragis. But
yeah.
Which is just utterly bat crap insane.
Yeah, trickster god.
Something. There is something. Oh yeah.
Like I said,
don't. Yeah. You think you've got it. You think you've got it, but it's not quite as cut and dry as.
Well,
you
I
would
know
expect
it's
it
not
to be.
quite that. Time has passed. Whatever.
There are things. Regardless of all of that, it's all in good fun. This is all in good fun. I'm not mad. In fact, this is probably gone completely off the rails. It's turned insane, and I'm here for the ride. I'm here to see if you guys. I'm here to see if you guys can fix what you have broken.
We
So
might have accidentally just reached the end of the campaign.
yeah, this may be the second to our last session, and I want you Golden Wonders out there to know how much we appreciate you all taking this ride with us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, listeners, if you don't know us by now and y'all missed a lot of our shenanigans, this is par for the course. He's making it sound like we never do this. This is constant.
This is a regular occurrence. However, in this one instance, I will say this isn't as bad as it could be.
Yeah, I could have turned on whatever that device was and ruined everything.
Yeah, I kind of helicoptered DM on that one. I'm not even gonna front. I kind of ran in there and said, nope, we do not have time for all of this. We are not doing this today. I'm gonna use Solar to just be like, nope. Yeah, but there was a couple other instances where you came dangerously close to doing something. But no, it's fine. It's like I said, this is completely fun. This is bat crazy, and I'm here for it as your DM. I couldn't ask for a better group of people to go on a magic carpet ride with. I want to thank all you Golden Wonders out there who have been following us here lately, and go ahead and check out our back catalog. The audio isn't as great on our older sessions, but it will catch you up if you can survive them, and it'll bring you to now if you've got the tons of hours to spare on it. But yeah, we're here now. Next session should be pretty wild. Yeah, you guys. I want to thank them old school gamers. That's AGTX the Dragons, Android Frizen, Icy Hot _2305, Cassid69, and the incomparable Otis or Tempest Inferno. The incomparable Otis, the incomparable Tempest Inferno, and I'm the DM, Lord Pog, and y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say goodnight, everybody.
Adios.
Peace.
Yep.